Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weddle.
Here.
Ms. Zolotel.
Meg.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Ms. Kennedy. Here. Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. LeBrand.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdilla.
Here.
Mr. Dyson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to have our Assembly interns come up and lead us in the pledge, Eli and Emma.
That's fine.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Today is going to be their last official Assembly meeting with us. We've enjoyed their time with us. Next, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Peterson for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In light of the unnecessary shootings over the weekend, I thought maybe a moment of silence would be a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have minutes of previous meetings?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If I could ask my Chief of Staff, she has a compendium that she would like to deliver to the Assembly.
Mr. Chairman and the rest of the Assembly, I'd like to provide an update on the civil emergency declaration and the request for extension through to September 24th, 2019. This is a quick review of the activities to date, just to remind anybody who may have been absent from previous deliberations. July 24th, Mayor Berkowitz declares civil emergency to address the impacts of state budget cuts. On that same day, the Emergency Operations Center was activated to prepare for immediate demands for shelter, pending the closure of Brother Francis Shelter for 4 days putting upwards of 240 people unsheltered onto the street and continuing from August 5th forward at a service capacity of 100 or fewer. On July 26th, the Assembly Homelessness Committee reviewed the potential consequences of the state budget cuts and, through a special meeting, declared an extension of the civil emergency declaration until tonight at 11:59 p.m. As part of the conversation on the 26th, the Anchorage Assembly authorized the administration to go into negotiations with Catholic Social Services, specifically for Brother Francis Shelter, in order to provide sheltering capacity for the 2019-2020 year. As part of the Emergency Operations Center and the municipal activity under the emergency declaration, there were multiple stakeholder meetings convened with various service providers by type and by funding allocation to gather the information necessary for us to assess the impacts on the municipal budget and the community at large. As of today, there have been no changes to the state budget that have enacted any alternate funding than what we have been familiar with for the past month or more. The update on the Brother Francis Shelter contract is that the administration has fully executed a contract for services through June 30th, 2020. The contract was funded using the existing overflow shelter dollars from Anchorage Health Department's approved budget. So this was not a funding source outside of the approved budget. What we will bring to the Assembly in September is the consideration for how we will deal with overflow shelter needs for the upcoming winter season and beyond, and what it means for that line item within the Health Department's budget. The contract that Brother Francis committed to includes a service level agreement and reporting requirements to the municipality on number of people served, numbers of showers and laundry and other services provided within the Brother Francis Shelter under this contract. It does not include the provision of day shelter services, which in conversation and at the urging of some of the Assembly members, the conversation with Brother Francis Shelter included what might happen if the state reversed the funding for the program specifically that resulted in the Brother Francis closure. And the initial response was we would bring back day shelter, we would bring back additional case managers, but the flexibility that they showed in those conversations means that the administration has confidence that that Catholic Social Services and Brother Francis Shelter are willing to have a conversation should the state course of action be reversed. The contract continues nightly shelter at full capacity, which is 240 people per night. Some of you have seen this content before. These are updates from the service providers within our community. The next largest impact that we see coming is the potential closure of rural CAP supportive housing units. As of right now, that determination has been postponed until a September board meeting where the Rural CAP board will convene and determine what their closure status will be and what the timeline of those closures would be. The closure of Sitka Place and Safe Harbor, amongst other Rural CAP units, means that over 200 Anchorage residents, including 88 children and people suffering from severe mental illness, would become homeless or unsheltered on the street. Clare House, which provides day and night shelter for homeless women and children, has stopped day shelter and child care services as of August 1st. Clare House is currently attempting to fill the day shelter service gap with volunteers. Downtown Hope Center has also offered their facilities to women and children who may need access in the event of full closure at Clare House. So that is an ongoing conversation. Beans Cafe has seen their meal population grow by upwards of 30% for every meal. They also are currently undergoing bathroom construction within their building, which has forced the need for what was 3 portable toilets and became 6 portable toilets once the service provision became difficult to fulfill with the number of clients they were seeing on a daily basis, upwards of 400 people. I won't go through each one of these, but these are additional impacts from other service providers within the community. Partners for Progress, which is a nonprofit focused on connecting people coming out of incarceration with shelter and job opportunities. Salvation Army, Awake, the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. In particular, of note, the food pantries in town have all logged that they do not have enough food to feed clients. Traditionally, food pantries are a safety net for those who have to decide whether to pay bills or pay for food, and are counseled to prioritize payment of bills and visit a food pantry for food. So once the economics start to push down on people, the choice becomes between food and shelter, and if the food pantries cannot fill that void, then the sheltering capacity comes into question as well. The United Way of Anchorage has been working with the municipality, the Coalition to End Homelessness, and other providers during this process to assist with donations management, as well as a volunteer recruitment via the 211 phone number and the BeTheChange.org website. The 211 system is statewide, but they have reported days in July with over 20% increased call volume compared to the same time last year. They're able to parse out the referral information by area, and the top 3 categories of referral for Anchorage over the last month have been for food and meals, housing, and health care. At this time, the administration is requesting the Assembly to authorize extension of the emergency declaration to September 24th, 2019. As of right now, we are able to categorize the impacts that we know of. There are many unknowns that we currently do not have categorized. We don't have a solid number of people who will lose their senior benefits and therefore potentially lose housing. We don't know how many people are going to lose access to health care and child care, which would result in losing jobs and potentially become homeless. This is all information that we need to gather over the time frame that Juneau is sorting through its budget issues, and the municipality needs to be able to react quickly depending on the outcomes of future board meetings from service providers, other legislative action or gubernatorial action. And the emergency declaration does 2 significant things. It allows the MOA to respond quickly outside of the traditional procurement process. Mr. Haddon is here if you have any questions about the process that we went through to secure the Brother Francis contract. I think he would agree that it is outside of our normal procurement process and was very necessary in order to make sure that we were following the rules. It also allows the MOA to waive Title 21 requirements in response to needs for emergency shelter and temporary housing. It does not allow the MOA to appropriate or tax outside the cap that would require an emergency ordinance to be passed by the Anchorage Assembly. We have not brought an emergency ordinance forward. I do not know of any members that are currently proposing an emergency ordinance. So the extension of the emergency declaration allows us to be nimble and respond quickly when we are working in circumstances that are currently unknown. We've gotten a lot of requests for information on what to do to help. And I know that there are plenty of people who read the paper and watch the news and are fully informed of what's going on and feel maybe a little hopeless on what to do. So we put together the opportunities here. You can donate or volunteer to support a service provider. The United Way has activated a fundraising mechanism through their website, /Help Anchorage. Donating food or organizing a food drive at your place of work or your school or within your community would be a great way to help the food pantries. And also connecting with community volunteer recruitment opportunities at BeTheChange907.org. This offers many opportunities, from work in parks with kids to working at your local shelter, and outside of an emergency declaration is really a good thing to look into. That's all unless the members have questions.
Thank you, Ms. Brous. Do any members have questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Moving on in our agenda, we're going to move forward with the Assembly Chair's Report. And there are going to be two things that we're doing during the Chair's Report. First, we are going to be swearing in our new youth representatives, McKenna Anderson and Safara Strain. We'll go ahead and do that now. If you two can come up.
Yeah.
And so you're going to raise your right hand and repeat after me, all right? I solemnly swear or affirm
I solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will swear and defend the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and that I will faithfully perform
and that I will faithfully perform
the duties of Anchorage Assembly Youth Representative
the duties of Anchorage Assembly Youth Representative
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Should I bring my binder up?
All right. Welcome. You're going to be sitting next to Mr. Weddleton. He likes candy. That's a good thing for you to know. All right, so moving in, the second part of the Assembly Chair's Report, we're going to have Beth Rose and crew do the Youth Employment in Parks. We're going to do a shortened presentation today, going to introduce all of the youth that have worked in all of our fantastic parks.
So I'm Beth Nordland, Executive Director of the Anchorage Park Foundation and founding supporter of Youth Employment in Parks. We are headed into, this was our 13th year of Youth Employment in Parks, and we did projects all over town. Some of you are familiar with the ones we did in your district. If you have this big map, we want you to be looking at it when all the teenagers get up here and tell you which district they're from and what project they enjoyed working on. Later on, we'll do a work session and do a deeper dive into some of the projects that the Anchorage Park Foundation supported with Youth Employment in Parks, and maybe some of the other playground openings that we have coming up. While you're getting your maps, on the back of these maps shows a little bit about each teenager. When you're looking at these maps, the red dots are where the teenagers live and what neighborhood they live in. And the yellow dots are the projects. So listen for projects in your district, and we will get started. All the teenagers in the orange shirts are returners to the program, and so we're going to do this orderly, and thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Isaiah Atsarayak. I live in District 2, and my favorite project this year was building a bike trail along somewhere in Chester Creek. I cannot remember exactly where, but yeah.
My name is Carlos. I'm Carlos Cosio, and I'm from District 6. My favorite project was also the Chester Creek Single Track Trail.
My name's Riley. I'm from District 3, and my favorite was building the Ruth Arcan Trail.
My name's Isabel, and I'm from District 6, and my favorite project was building a trail at Government Hill.
Right up into the mic, Kate.
Hi, my name is Cade Kruger. I'm from District 3, and my favorite project was restoring habitat on Campbell Creek.
Hi, I'm Abby Jensen. I'm from District 2, and my favorite project was Campbell Creek.
Hi, I'm Jennifer DeRoche. I'm from District 5. My favorite project was Campbell Creek Stream Bank Restoration.
My name is Amaya Crane. I'm from District 1, and my favorite project was the Chester Creek Single Track Trail.
Hi, my name's Lenona Wally. I'm from District 3. My favorite project was the Government Hill Trail.
Hi, my name is Amanda Ford. I live in District 3, and my favorite project was the Campbell Creek Stream Bank Restoration.
Hi, my name is Emily McKenzie. I'm from District 5, and my favorite project was the Chester Creek Single Track Trail.
Hi, I'm Zachary Lovell. I'm from District 3, and my favorite project was Government Hill.
Hi, I'm David Whedon. I'm from District 6, and my favorite project was constructing a full bench trail in Government Hill.
Hi, I'm Gavin Lee, and I live in District 3, and I'd say my favorite project so far, I'd say the trail building in Government Hill.
Hi, my name is Lauren Biggs. I'm from District 4, and my favorite project was trail building at Government Hill.
Hi, my name is Vash Song. I live in District 5. My favorite project was the project at Government Hill.
What's good? I'm Jesse. My homies call me J Scoop. I live in District 4, and my favorite project was Government Hill.
Hi, I'm Marin, and I live in District 3, and my favorite project was 4 North Campbell Creek Park.
Hi, I'm William Tolliver. I live in District 4, and my favorite was Government Hill.
Hi, my name is Jara Drame, and I'm from District 5, and my favorite project was Far North Stream Bank Restoration.
Hi, my name is Derek. I'm from District 1, and I like the Chester Creek one.
Hi, my name is Omar Taylor. I'm from District 5, and my favorite project was the trail building on Government Hill.
Hey, I'm Nick White. I'm from District 6, and my favorite project was the Ruth Arcan Trail.
So there you go, 2019 park projects completed, and a great summer of 90-degree heat wave was had by all. We will get back together when you guys have time and you aren't dealing with an emergency resolution to talk about the projects.
All right. Thank you. I have a question. Mr. Weddleton.
I don't have a question. I just have a statement. I went for a short run a week or so ago. I live in Independence Park, and I'm going down the trail, and I saw that one in the Ruth Arcan Park. It's tremendous. That's like my private park. I can go in there for hours and not see anyone, and it really needs some more obvious, easy access into that park, because especially from that west side, it's just gorgeous and underused. So I expect that trail to be worn out quickly.
It connects 3 schools, and we're very excited with Pacific Northern Academy, Spring Hill, and then a middle school, Handshoe. Everyone knows it but me.
Great. Thank you so much. Moving in on our agenda, we're down to committee reports. I'll go ahead and start with Mr. Dyson.
Nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Presverdia.
No update today, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to let everyone know that we'll be having our Health Policy Committee meeting that Ms. LaFrance and I chair. She's going to be running the meeting on August 21st from 12:30 to 1:30, and we'll be continuing our conversation of the updates to Title 17, which is the Animal Control Code. And then Mr. Dunbar will be chairing our Budget Committee meeting next week, August 15th from 12 to 1.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Nothing today, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Committee is having a special meeting tomorrow, August 7th, from 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. in room 240. We're going to be talking about getting additional secure drop boxes, and also we'll be working on witness signature requirements and proposed ordinance on election dates and notice requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will pass on to my co-chair, Mr. Weddleton. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tomorrow, August 7th, from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., we'll be having a meeting of the Public Safety Committee in room 830 of City Hall. On the agenda, we'll be hearing from the Anchorage Downtown Partnership about the Ambassador Program. We'll also be hearing from the Traffic Department about one of the biggest public safety threats in Anchorage, automobiles. So look forward to that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We were unable to schedule a special meeting of the Committee on Homelessness, so we have a work session scheduled for this Friday from 1:30 to 2:30 to discuss the temporary shelter ordinance. And then our next meeting of the committee will be on August 21st from 11 a.m. to 12:30 on in the Mayor's Conference Room at City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. The Community and Economic Development Committee met this last Thursday, and we looked at 3 marijuana licenses that we'll see later on this evening. And we also had a very good kind of initial discussion of the situation with snow dump sites in Anchorage, which is a big issue, really. We spend a lot of money dumping snow, and there's less and less places to do it, and I'm going to try to fix that. Thanks. And that was actually initiated by the administration. I really appreciate them getting on that.
Thank you. And this is going to be your first one, so sorry to put you on the spot. But Ms. Anderson, do you have any opening words you'd like to give us?
Thank you.
Okay. In the future, if you have any report to give us, you can do that during this time. All right. Moving on in our agenda to the addendum. Madam Vice Chair.
Move to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Any opposition? Seeing none, the items are incorporated. Madam Vice Chair.
Laid on the table items, August 6, 2019, resolutions for action other. Item 9B6, resolution number AR 2019-265, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly prescribing rules and procedures for the operation and management of a stormwater utility to guide the planning, development, and implementation of a new Anchorage stormwater utility. Assemblymember Weddleton. Item 9B7, resolution number AR 2019-266, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly further extending the declaration of civil emergency issued by the Mayor of the Municipality of Anchorage on July 24, 2019, Department of Law. Bid awards, item 9C1, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 542-2019, recommendation of award to Roger Hickle Contracting, Inc. for Chester Creek Culvert Replacement Project for the Municipality of Anchorage, Project Management and Engineering Department, PM&E, ITB 2019 C071. $1,890,197.75. Purchasing Department. There is one more item that is not printed on the laid on the table items, and that is 9B8, 9 Bravo 8. AR number 2019-267, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly issuing policy guidance for addressing the housing and shelter crisis identified in the Declaration of Civil Emergency issued by the Mayor on July 24, 2019.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. As most know, at the Section 8 of the Assembly meeting agenda for addendum to the agenda, the Assembly practice has been to read all of the addendum and laid on the table items. We decided today to read the laid on the table items, but we will not be reading the other addendum items onto the record because there's appears to be unknown value in reading the text into the record. We're going to go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 9A through 9F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of these items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. I'm going to go ahead, go down the dais and see what items members would like to pull. I'm going to go ahead and start with Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to pull 9B6 and 9B7.
Thank you. Ms. Alatel.
I'd like to pull, it doesn't have a number on the agenda, so AR number 2019-267.
Thank you. We've given a number to that. That's 9 Bravo 8. Yep.
9 Bravo 8, then, please, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
No items to pull. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
No items, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull one item, 9 Foxtrot 4, 9F4.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I'd like to pull 9B5 and 9F2.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
None for me, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
No items to pull. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson.
No items.
Thank you. So I'm going to read those items again. I have 9B5, 6, 7, and 8. And then I have 9F2 and 9F4. Are there any other items to pull at this time? Seeing none, Madam Vice Chair.
Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Constant. Any opposition to that motion? Seeing none, that motion is approved. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 9A through 9E, other than the items that were just pooled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 9F. If you are here to see action on one of the items listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, that action is now complete. With that, let's go ahead and start with 9B5. Resolution number AR 2019-264, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly appointing members to the work group describing in AM 477-2019 A1 and requested in AR 2019-263. Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Just wanted to have a brief discussion about the appointments and the process heretofore and where we're going. And so we are fulfilling quickly, thanks to the administration, the commitment that we would be working with the user groups and the administration, the consultant that we've hired to have a more meaningful discussion about value engineering as we go along. Now, one element is important for us to consider, and I haven't had discussions with the consultant at all on this, but we have appointed or will, if this passes, Ryan Zins from ABI and Lev Yablosky from Petrostar. And also then we have the two members from the administration, which is Mr. Falsey, Mr. Bockenstead. But Mr. Sturgielewski is uncompensated in this work. And so he doesn't have an employer that is a vested interest in the port or otherwise. And so I'll be bringing back through discussion with the committee an AM that would, out of the funding that we've already appropriated for this port project, some kind of compensation for his time and effort for this commitment, because it's outside of the scope of what we have previously worked with him for. And so he was asked by the administration and the consultants to serve in this capacity. So just stay tuned for a memo that's going to come up to that effect. So, and with that, I urge your support of the nominations of all of these individuals.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. How long do these nominations, or once accepted, do they stay on the work group? Is there any process for changing folks out?
If I might, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Thank you. I had a discussion today with Jason on this, and the theory is the operation moves forward for the petroleum and cement terminals. It could take a couple of months to get through the conversation. And so once that project is resolved, then it would come back to the committee. We'll have a conversation about future work, how we would like to proceed in future elements of the scope of the projects going forward. And so this is a short-term project. It's not a permanent border commission or anything like that. And as long as it serves the needs of the users and the administration and the assembly, it will proceed. And once that use is done, it'll be over.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote. That passes 11-0. We now have before us item 9B6, resolution number AR 2019-265, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly prescribing rules and procedures for the operation and management of a stormwater utility.
Waive reading.
Thank you. What is the will of the body?
I'd like to change the order of the day and move this item to after 14I.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Weddleton, do you want to speak to that motion?
This ties in with our later discussion on the stormwater utility.
Okay. Any opposition to changing the order of the day? Okay. Seeing none, then we'll have this item back before us when we take up the other stormwater utility items in the 14s. We now have before us item 9B7, resolution number AR 2019-266, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly further extending the declaration of civil emergency issue
Waive reading.
by the mayor. Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I would like to make a very small amendment. Page 2, line 10. At the end, I would add a comma and add with weekly reports. If someone would second that, we can discuss it.
Second.
Thank you. 2 weeks went by since the declaration, and I felt a little out of the loop. And what I would like the administration to do is provide us with a weekly report on the status of the emergency as we go forward, so that we are kind of kept abreast of the concerns and considerations that are evolving over that time, and we don't just hear back in 2 months that here we are. So I would ask my peers' support that we put just a little phrase on there with weekly reports.
We're on 7.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. The amendment is approved 11-0. Any further discussion on the main motion? Mr. Weddleton.
So we're extending through September 24. And I guess if we, my understanding is the legislature restored most of the veto, so we're waiting for the governor to maybe veto again. So when would we have an answer from that? Because this puts it out a couple months. Can we just go to the end of August and see where we sit? I mean, why all the way through September?
Through the chair, the timeline through the end of September was calculated to address two things. One is you're correct that at this point there is a bill that has been passed through both chambers of the legislature that would potentially restore much of the funding. Hasn't made it to the governor's desk yet. We don't know when that will happen. You're right that the timeline, once it's on his desk, is shorter than 2 months, but at this point it's still in something of limbo. Second piece is if there is no restoration of funding, September is when we understand there'll be a decision point made regarding two of the most threatened sheltering, sort of transitional housing programs that are run by Rural Cap. If the governor signs the legislation that's been passed by the legislature, and that all is resolved next week, and everything is restored at that point, then we would intend to come back, I believe, with a resolution, or you could independently introduce a resolution terminating the course of the emergency. That power lies with the Assembly as well. The goal was to try and strike a timeline that would reasonably accommodate final action in Juneau, and then also, because we also, as we all know, if there are line item vetoes, then we have a potential to override line item vetoes again. That will stretch out into September. So we're attempting to reasonably accommodate that, schedule it to terminate on the date of an Assembly meeting, so we can come back at a very publicly noticed meeting, regularly scheduled, to have this conversation again at that point if we haven't, again, terminated the declaration before then. And it also is designed to accommodate what we understand will be sort of the next wave crisis if nothing else is done in Juneau to restore any of this funding.
All right, thanks. Some states, I understand, the legislature only meets for a short time during the year. This year-round stuff is really tricky for us. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would want some reassurance as to really what the emergency is. It seems to me that there was a first few days there where there was an emergency. We didn't know what was going to happen with people, but that things have kind of stabilized now. They might not be perfect. They might not be at the status level that they were even a month ago. But to extend this out, this idea that there's an emergency for the next 2 months, I think, or month and a half, 6 weeks, just seems to be a little much. And I guess what I'm struggling with, or what I'd kind of like to understand a little bit better, is so why is it not possible for the Assembly to play a role in any of these decisions during the next 6 weeks? If we're really looking out to September 26th, how is it that that's not enough time for the Assembly to play their proper role in any of these decisions? Thank you.
Through the chair, if you'd like me to respond. The challenge, again, is this need to be nimble that Ms. Browse called out in her PowerPoint presentation. When we talked about this emergency, we felt like there was a first wave immediate emergency, a second wave emergency, and then kind of a long-standing problem, which we've had for a long time, which is not an emergency. The third wave being the challenge of homelessness in Anchorage, which while some communities on the West Coast have declared an emergency simply based on that. That was not the intent here. We were looking at first phase emergency, second phase emergency. The first wave was exactly what you spoke of, was this immediate, we have 4 or 5 days where we're going to have nowhere for 240 people to go, and we have to solve that, and we have to solve it in a matter of days. When we talked about extending it, we're looking at what we see as the second wave of the emergency, which is if these funding cuts are not restored, we anticipate that there will be several other sudden changes in the amount of services provided within the municipality of Anchorage, including, as Ms. Browse mentioned, a program at Rural Cap which currently houses 88 children, who could suddenly become homeless in the middle of September. And so we're dealing with, the decision on that has not yet been made. It's not within the scope of our decision-making power. That's a local nonprofit that will make that decision. And I think any other emergency that would result in 88 children being unhoused in a matter of days outside of our control would automatically trigger an emergency declaration. And the reason for the timing restriction is that we may face the same kind of issue again. If these decisions are made, there are a lot of things in the air right now, a lot of ifs. So this relies on our current status continuing, there being no restoration of these budget cuts, and then it relies on some changes being made in the Anchorage service arena, which we anticipate. If those happen, they'll happen very quickly, and we won't necessarily have the time to do a standard Title VII procurement process, and we may need to operate to just put up some temporary sheltering solutions that wouldn't without having the time to go through, for instance, the conditional use permitting process, which is often required for a new sheltering option. So that's the reason that we're dealing with this short timeline. Again, we anticipate that they will hit this second wave, and then we'll likely get to a place of stasis where we will have stood something up, and potentially during this 2-month period, we'll also have the time to work with the Assembly on certain things like the pending change to 16120, which addresses overflow and emergency sheltering. Depending on what this body elects to do with that change, that code change may alleviate some of this emergency sheltering need. That may be something that we can rely on in lieu of taking other emergency measures. And this 2-month period will give us also the time to work through potential other solutions in collaboration with the Assembly that could provide a safety net where we might not have one right now.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess my next question would be, if we were to allow the current declaration to expire, because we're kind of in a little bit of limbo and nothing's really going to happen over the next couple of weeks that needs an emergency decision made over, we have an experience now with having actually approved an emergency declaration. So if 2 weeks from now or 3 weeks from now there is a need for an emergency declaration, could we not just declare a second one at that time?
Through the chair, yes, you could certainly elect to. Well, the power to declare an emergency rests with the mayor. So if the Assembly elects not to extend this, the mayor could certainly initiate another emergency proclamation on the day that one of these issues happens. I think that we looked at it and practically thought, we may have some notice when this starts to happen. Having it open and allowing this nimble movement and flexibility for a period of 2 months seems more expeditious in light of the fact that we know that these things may be coming, may happen suddenly. We might get a little bit of notice, as opposed to re-triggering the entire process again in this very short, again, 2 months is a relatively short period of time. It's less than 2 months because we're a week into August and we're looking at a week before the end of September, concluding it. But to the legality of your question, certainly you could turn this emergency off and look to the mayor to declare a second state of emergency triggered by the next step in this process.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. One thing I'm hoping that we get through this process is a clear accounting of the expenditures that we're making towards this. And we have the $400,000. I imagine there are going to be some other costs, because I, unknown to Ms. Browse, have been contemplating an emergency ordinance that would actually fund the expenditures, because I don't want to see us enter into the fall and find ourselves without the funding for overflow shelter that we need. So just to the membership, I am contemplating that.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. That resolution passes 10-1. We now have before us item 9D8, AR number 2019-267, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly issuing policy guidance for addressing the housing and shelter crisis identified in the Declaration of Civil Emergency issued by the Mayor on July 24th, 2019. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This resolution recognizes the work we've done towards addressing homelessness, but also puts a finer point on the work we need to do, particularly to weather the waves of uncertainty that are coming, particularly around coordinated entry into homelessness services and collection of data, and really getting everyone on the same page together. I do have an amendment. I was made aware that I used some wrong language in this, and I take responsibility for that. So I move to amend and whatever the easiest way to do this is, where it says the Emergency Operations Center, it should be the Office of Emergency Management. That's on page 2, line 8, as well as page 2, line 39, page 3, line 2.
Could you repeat that one more time?
Sure, thank you. Page 2, line 8, should read the Office of Emergency Management. Line 39, same page 2, and page 3, line 2.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar on the amendment.
I'm sorry. Well, I suppose it is on the amendment because no, you know what? It's not on the amendment. I'll talk to the actual resolution.
Sure. Any discussion on the amendment?
I need a second.
Oh, sure. Was there a second? Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Seeing no discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote. That passes 11-0. Ms. Salatel, did you have anything further on the main motion?
Actually, I'd like to make sure Mr. Perez-Verdia, the co-sponsor, has an opportunity to speak to the main motion as well.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
No, I actually think Ms. Salatel summed up pretty well. I'm looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, we're all just reading this now tonight. On section 4 on page 3, the now OEM and the coalition requested to work together to establish a single format of data collection, HMIS. And my question is, I thought we already did this, that we already did have this kind of single data system using HMIS. Is there someone here from OEM or from the coalition that could speak to that?
Welcome.
Through the chair, we have an HMIS system. It is statewide, but currently the entirety of providers and in some cases municipality resources don't necessarily use that system. So my understanding, if I am still correct and current, is that this vision is that we would, in partnership with, of course, the Office of Emergency Management and whatever structures we create to address the civil emergency, will work together to problem solve how data sharing could work. I think the Assembly has certainly asked myself and others very concrete questions about the scope, how much funding is going into things, what the efficacy of certain services are, and until we're using a single data structure to collect that information, it's very difficult to answer those questions with fact.
So may I follow up? One more follow up. I mean, this is great. If we're already doing it, then you know we've already fulfilled section 4, which is wonderful. And if we're not, then I think it's worth doing. But I just want to sort of make sure I'm interpreting what you said correctly. So some of the service providers maybe aren't using it or exchanging data with each other using it. But when they interact with the municipality right now, so a protocol for exchange of data from the municipality. When they exchange data with the municipality, are we not, the municipality, not using this system?
There are a variety of technology systems at the municipality. To my knowledge, none of them are currently utilizing HMIS, which is this particular system. There's pros and cons. Different communities do it differently. Not saying everything needs to be connected, but we should think critically about that during this opportunity and make sure we're using our resources as wisely as possible, in my opinion.
Okay. Mr. Chair, is Ms. Burke here today? Ms. Burke, do you want to speak to any part of this? Can I?
And while we're getting Ms. Burke up, could you state your name for the record, please?
Jasmine Boyle of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm Nancy Burke, the Housing and Homeless Services Coordinator. And I think what this is expressing is that one of the challenges we'll have as we look at the waves from budget reductions or closures of organizations is that we don't have one single place to capture all of that information coming in. And so I think this is actually a little bit broader than what it says. It would be the Coalition United Way, the municipality, all looking toward one data dashboard or collection of information. The HMIS system would be not practical for many of the functions of the municipality, but that doesn't mean we wouldn't use it to guide decisions and to do the work that we need to do coming forward.
Okay, thank you. And so, just very briefly, do you support this resolution?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I thought we were doing this before, too. I mean, it seems like 3 years ago I heard, oh, we know everyone by name. We have a named list, and we know where they are in the process, and we're moving them along to success in the world. And what I'm seeing here is that we're not doing that, and we don't have a clue after 3 years. Who can answer that? Ms. Burke?
It's a path that we've been on, and it is not something that, as Jasmine said, many organizations don't use HMIS. They have funding through state behavioral health grants, they have funding through private donations, and getting everyone the amount of resource to input into HMIS is not something that we can just do with a snap of our finger. We've certainly been on the path to get the by name list, and now the coalition is doing some of the final steps to make sure that that's a quality list. But it is a process. It's not something that we can just say we do and then it happens. So it is not that we don't know. It is that we are continuing to improve the data collection that comes in.
Can I follow up a bit? So we don't have that by name list that I've been told about.
We do.
We do?
Yes.
And that's not what this is?
The by name list is something, I mean, there's different parts of it. One of the things when people come into homelessness, getting them onto the by name list is very important, and then getting them the right referral out of homelessness. When you have data coming in from many, many different parts, organizing that list and ensuring that it's the right process to get people as quickly out to referrals as possible is the process the coalition's been going through. So we have everybody in HMIS. We have thousands of names in HMIS, and we are now able to start through a particular, there's a guided process that the coalition is going through to ensure that we're organizing the list in the correct place. Many communities across the country are still working on this process as well.
Okay, can I do one more? Can we tell these other groups they have to do this? Is that what we're doing? Telling United Way, hey, you have to do this?
We are cajoling, we're cheerleading, we're incentivizing where we can, where there's money. So, I would say if the Assembly is ever approving any resources for homeless services, something that should be in the contract should be participation in the HMIS system so that we move everyone forward in being a part of that system, and data collection and reporting is consolidated. But at this moment, the municipality isn't the main driver of funding for these resources. HUD requires it, but not all the funding comes from that source either.
Does Brother Francis use this system?
Yes.
Does. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Actually, that's interesting. Somebody recently told me that they did not use it at Brother Francis Shelter, and so that was actually what I was going to raise the question, so it's been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just talking to someone today about the difficulty in really collecting data. And, I guess from a personal standpoint, I know we all worry about data in terms of what somebody knows about us or whatever. But, the importance of this in terms of really trying to build a good triage system or have protocol for actually trying to figure out how to get somebody out of that homelessness situation, I think is important. And I just want to thank both the co-chairs, Mr. Perez-Verdia and Ms. Zolotel, for bringing this forward. I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to echo some of the things my colleagues have said and thank Ms. Zolotel and Mr. Perez-Verdia. I think these challenges are just going to get more difficult as time goes on and as budgets are cut, and it's important that we coordinate the most we can, and I think that this sets us up to do that. So I just thank them for bringing this forward, and thank the administration for any cooperation with this they're able to follow through with. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 9F2, ordinance number AO 2019-98, an ordinance amending chapter 16.120 of the Anchorage Municipal Code to provide for the use of temporary cold weather shelters for homeless persons and other overflow and emergency situations.
Waive reading.
Thank you.
Move to introduce. We need third.
Third.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
For the purpose of the record, I would like myself, and I believe Ms. Elatil as well, to be listed as sponsors on this. We've done a bunch of work in advance of this, brought the question to the table, and somehow inadvertently were left off.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can we make that happen? Okay, thank you. Moving on our agenda, we now have before us item 9F4. Resolution number AR 2019-256, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $173,000 from the Eagle River Street Light Service Area Fund balance of the Eagle River SLSA Fund 2019 operating budget in the Public Works Administration Department for year-round street light maintenance and repairs within the Eagle River SLSA.
Waive reading.
Thank you. What is the will of the body? Go ahead. Madam Vice Chair. Actually, we're killing it, right?
Right.
Do you want to explain that?
Right, okay. So we will not be moving this item, and the reason for that is because it is duplicated under item 14G. So we're just letting this one expire.
Okay, thank you. That completes our addendum items, or consent agenda items. Now we have before us item 12A. John Fraser. Fraser was canceled due to his issue being dealt with. So thank you to whichever staff helped Mr. Fraser. Then moving on, we're going to go ahead and take our 20-minute dinner break and come back with item 14A.
See when the going gets good.
Resume the meeting. We now have before us item 14A, ordinance number AO 2019-94, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending the Anchorage Municipal Code to authorize the fire department chief to determine wildfire danger areas in the wildland-urban interface of the municipality.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? We haven't made any introductions. Yeah. Welcome.
My name is Linda Chase, and I'm with the Citizen Coalition to Protect Our Public Spaces. For several years, citizens have been pleading with the mayor and assembly to take effective action to eliminate the threats posed by the near-constant fires and accumulation of massive amounts of propane tanks and other fuel used to support them in the illegal camps throughout our community. We have gone so far as to draft language for a proposed ordinance and provided it to assembly members. Last fall, citizens were promised by the assembly members that an ordinance to address citizen concerns would be forthcoming. Nothing was done until after the entirely predictable and repeatedly predicted MLK fire and a spate of similar smaller fires resulting from illegal camps. Then an ordinance was drafted intending to address the wildfire threat and allow prevention and mitigation of the dangerous fires in illegal camps close to all of our neighborhoods. The draft would have allowed confiscation of fire-making implements and the accumulated fuels used for the illegal fires under very limited conditions and entirely at the discretion of the fire chief. That draft was insufficient, but it was an honest attempt to address citizens' concerns. At every step of consideration and with each new draft, the ordinance has been diluted further as a result of purported legal and bureaucratic concerns, the rights of the campers and hazmat risks, to an inconvenience of fire and police personnel. This new fire ordinance being considered tonight does almost nothing to address actual risks and concerns raised by citizens outlined in part in the preamble to the ordinance. Citizens have pleaded for the Assembly to do two simple things: give our police and fire personnel effective tools to end the illegal campfires occurring constantly on public land in order to prevent and mitigate the risks they present. Number two, require and if necessary, fund the effective implementation of these tools. The ordinance under consideration does neither of these things. It suffers from the same enforcement problem that has for years plagued our municipal response to illegal camps and the attendant health and safety risk that they present. It allows but does not actually require action by AFD, APD, or any agency of multiple government. All action is entirely discretionary. Though the ordinance narrowly defines very limited circumstances posing a serious risk to human life and safety, it does nothing to direct or require that action occur, even in these dire circumstances. In fact, the ordinance fails to define even a single action that must occur.
Ms. Chase, your time is up.
Okay. I didn't get to finish, but we feel like we've had a bait and switch, and it's maddening.
I don't see any questions for you. Thank you for your...
A question?
Oh, sure, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah. Succinctly, what
should we do? 1, 2, 3.
Okay, what? Thanks, Ron. What we should do is, number one, enforce the laws. It's illegal to camp
Okay, I got
in our
that.
public spaces.
What's number 2?
And enforce the law by not allowing further camping, and to have some entity, of course, the
Okay.
fire department doesn't want to do it, and the police don't want to do it, but be able to pick up any implements
Okay,
that are there.
okay. That,
And because they're performing an illegal activity,
no.
why should we have to store them?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Thank you for your testimony.
By the way, this was written by Russ Webb.
Good job.
Welcome.
Good evening, Chair Rivera, members of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly. My name is Triada Stampus. I'm the Policy Director for the American Civil Liberties Union of Alaska. The ACLU understands the public interest in the municipality being able to address dangerous conditions with a different degree of urgency and priority, and we appreciate in this substitute ordinance that the criteria for the designation of a wildfire danger area are transparent and that they can be uniformly applied across the muni. There is a provision that causes concern for us. I just sent an email via the system, so I apologize that it did not come forward sooner. But that is paragraph 17 in the substitute ordinance, which extends the definition of exigent circumstances with a presumption that public use of wildfire danger areas, when restricted by the fire chief, are then presumed to be exigent circumstances. The Public Nuisance Code already has provisions for dealing with exigent circumstances, so adding this paragraph raises the perplexing situation that conditions in an area may be so dangerous that even 24 hours notice to an unhoused resident is too much, yet it's safe enough for trail use. So it's an evacuation order. It's like effectively an evacuation order for some, but not for all. It's difficult to envision what this situation is that this particular provision imagines. It appears only to have the effect of enabling the removal of houseless residents without the notice requirements that would otherwise be required. To be mindful of time, this provision seems ripe for abuse. It seems to open a loophole. It does not seem to create a new tool, given that this ordinance already creates a 24-hour notice period for areas of fire danger, in addition to the different levels of notice periods that are already included in the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Yes. My name is Mark Marion. The neighborhood I'm in is Dunbar and Peterson District. And I want to thank Ms. Zelatel here for responding to me right away. And I also did which you directly, I was hoping you would respond, because the only thing I could respond is if I asked, where's Saturday Market? Which, by the way, and all of that. Now, I did send to all of your emails a ordinance similar to what Megan is doing year-round. And I knew that these guys, the person before me was going to show up. And I'm surprised that guy isn't even here. Which he told the ACLU to go stick it about 4 years ago when it came to the 15. What we need to do is we need to investigate the person before me with the previous administration. Was that put in Muni Code with the 15, and then it went down to 10 with the Croft Amendment? The question is, Like I said, this is testimony B. I had testimony A and testimony B. I'm doing testimony B because we don't know if the Sullivan administration with the ACLU is legally binding that they did back, because Sullivan wanted to do something really interesting in the 15 days. Do you know, and we are in the same circuit, by the way, as the mayor's hometown. Also, Olympia, Washington. Now, like I said, I would have done copies here, but unfortunately, the fourth floor upstairs, it had a 180-minute. It's not the fault of that. It's just heavy computer use or whatever it is. And I felt that if I had actually printed, because I don't have an actual printer right now, and I haven't for 2 or 3 years, but this body knows that I've been effective. And a couple of you usually know that I come with an NFL jersey. I do support this ordinance as written right now. But if what we need to investigate is the Sullivan ACLU agreement, the lady in front of me, is that municipal code binding? And if it's not, and it is 72 hours, which is the standard for any municipality, and by the way, that Olympia ordinance, the majority with you, except for Mr. Constant, because of somehow we ended up with 11,000, I'm assuming 360,000, give or take, due to census.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Ronald Leva. Hopefully you didn't feel a disturbance in the force, but I am here and back. I'd like to answer Mr. Dyson's question over there. 3 things you can do to solve the homeless camp problem in Anchorage. Request or demand the resignation of Nancy Burke as a total failure as the homeless coordinator. Ask for the resignation of Lisa Sauter, who has mismanaged Beans Cafe to the point of enabling 1,200 people to have their mailing address there, and has led to multiple deaths in and out of the facility, if not around it. And the third, Lisa Aquino, head of Catholic Social Services, who done this taxpayer, along with all the others, out of $400,000. When I repeatedly came before the assembly and told you that Bishop's Attic takes out $300,000 a year of profit, that the Catholic Church has not documented their financial statements accurately to the point where the Archbishop bought a house for $420,000 and where they got it wasn't on the books. This assembly in this town has been duped by Catholic Social Services, and it's a shame, and you should hold them accountable. As far as tonight's ordinance, I'm against it because it's not encompassing enough. It doesn't do enough. Rather than just a fire danger, there's a disease danger that will spread faster than fire and will cause this city unbelievable health problems. 3 months ago, I gave you a list of demands, no longer requests, but demands. Not one of them has been addressed. So I'm going to repeat it here tonight because it's a shameful performance by this assembly and that administration in addressing a crisis that's been declared an emergency. It's unbelievable. And you should remain silent because you have nothing to answer to, because you did absolutely nothing and we went backwards. Do you have any questions?
There appear to be no questions. Thank you for your testimony.
I didn't mean to confuse your heads again with facts if your minds are already made up. The shame continues.
Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
excuse me, Don Smith. I've lived in Anchorage, my family, since the 50s. And for years here, I had quite a few commercial industrial buildings. I'm a recovering alcoholic addict, about 35 years. And so I work a lot with them. And for many years, I would go out on the street, and I'd spend time with all these people. You got to fix it. You can't just keep putting it off. You have to fix it. And what I would do is I would gain their trust, talk them into coming and living in one of my buildings free. They had to work the AA&NA program. We'd put them to work as day laborers, and then once they got cleaned up and sobered up and did good for 30 days, a lot of my contractor friends would give them a job, or I'd give them a job working in one of my stores or for one of my electrical companies and different companies that I owned. And I had very, very good results. For years I did that. But every time somebody gets money in this town, they get the money, they run a large building, they fill it up with staff. Absolutely serves no purpose. You got to go out and talk to these people, gain their trust, explain to them, there is a reason to live a normal life. Like I say, I had great results with what I did. But you have to put them to work. Get them clean and sober. Then give them a chance to get their pride back. Then they'll fight like hell to keep it. But you can't just keep giving money out to these people, and saying, hell, they fill up offices. They don't ever go out there and talk to the people. You can't fix this problem with these people that way. You got to go out there and sit on the curb with them. Sit out in the woods with them, talk to them. Explain to them, hey, you don't have to be here. It's a lot easier to go out here and live a normal life. This is hard compared to working every day. And I've still got many people that I run into in the mall, or they'll come by my office or a job site and talk to, they've been clean 20-something years. I'll run into them with them all, with their kids, and here they got a basket full. Their kids are dressed nice. They got a basket full of clothes and things, toys for the kids. We can do that. We can do that. But you have to stop giving these people money. I've been talking to the governor and Lieutenant Governor Myers and that, and that's the only way you can fix this problem, is somebody that will actually get out there in the woods, sit down, talk to these people, earn their trust. Tell them, hey, I'll walk right beside you through this shit. And they'll start working for it.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
It's always up. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else? Welcome.
Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Tom Lockish. I'm trying to address this homeless situation with HUD, and in particular, as an update to my last testimony, a gentleman by the name of James Raymond of Region 9 and 10 Housing is looking into the issue of whether it's illegal to subsidize cable TV in Section 8 housing. But I am specifically opposing this bigoted ordinance. It's one of those send them back ordinances that is likely to end up in another mass killing here, just as we've experienced through the bigoted enforcement of laws. This is clearly a disparate enforcement of laws where you're targeting people in campsites rather than people who have cigarettes on them or lighters or any other implement. You are clearly trying to send them back. The only problem is they've been here for 13,000 years, and you guys are the ones that should be sent back to your respective points of invasion. So I would appreciate it if the council would reject this bigoted ordinance, and if there is a need to prevent fire, then you would, as the ACLU suggests, have to close off the entire area to anybody with a pack of cigarettes, a lighter in their pocket, a pack of matches, or any other sparking implements that, like a bicycle that might have a sparking gear on it, or any other such metallic sparking objects whatsoever. This is designed clearly to attack homeless people and not address a fire hazard issue. And whoever presented this or sponsored this should be ashamed of themselves for the bigoted and disparate application of law that this suggests. Now, I suggest that I've requested a response from both the mayor, the assembly, and the legal department regarding the application of housing subsidies and to increase the housing availability this winter. It is necessary to put these people in HUD housing, Section 8 subsidy or other subsidized housing, and to just simply add a few $100,000 to shelters is not going to solve that problem at all. We need to have sound housing for all of the homeless people here in Alaska. Thank you very much. Any questions?
There appear to be none. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel, I think we have some amendments.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Starting with Zalatel-Weddleton Amendment Number 1. This amendment amends paragraph 17, so I move that amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. The amendment to paragraph 17 on section 2, page 6, does address one of the concerns actually raised by the ACLU. It's to clarify that the fire chief, when the fire chief closes a wildfire danger area to public use, she may leave open public ways for public transit at her discretion. That'll be based on her expertise of the danger, the public right-of-way or the public ways through the area, and how those routes are used.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, it's already nothing to add.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote. Sure. The clerk informs me that Mr. Perez-Verdia has left for the rest of the evening and will be excused for the rest of the meeting. That amendment passes 10-0. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I move Zalatel-Rivera-LaFrance Amendment Number 2, amending Section 2, page 4, with regard to the 24 hours notice danger area abatement, taking out the language that says with the presence of fire implements.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Any discussion on this amendment? Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I had asked for but did not receive support from the legal department in the creation of a standard that would create a second tier to this that would be if the fire department went out and noticed an area and said no fires are allowed here and then came back to the same area and fires were burning there, that I would like to see an immediate abatement policy be established. And so I believe, because I didn't get that support, it's just a sign that the legal department believes it's not legal. I will be bringing that question back at another time in another way, because I believe that the exigent circumstances do create an undue threat to the people who are burning these fires, and if they're going to continue to burn after they've been warned not to burn because they may kill themselves and burn down the homes of the people who live nearby them, that we have a duty to come up with a better practice. And so I'm supportive of this, but all of these measures are half, and if we can get halfway there, then maybe we can get all the way there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote. That amendment passes 10-0. Any discussion on the main motion? Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we have Chief Hetrick come up and answer a few questions?
Good evening, Jody Hetrick, Fire Chief.
Thank you, Chief. So as I recall, this particular AO, which one of the members of the public referenced in her testimony, evolved from a discussion in the Public Safety Committee about fuel tanks and implements and the perceived danger of fuel and a large quantity of propane tanks near camps. Would you talk about that issue? Because there's a strong public perception that it's a fire danger.
I'll try to keep this as simple as possible because I could talk about this for quite a while. Really, it comes down to risk and experience. It's been our experience with the fire department, and we looked back 10 years, that it is extremely rare that a propane tank is involved in a fire. And if it does, it typically does the correct thing and the relief valve pops off and it vents the fuel. So it may contribute to making that small area, the fire get worse in that small area. However, it is really uncommon that they explode and cause a lot of damage. I know that's what they show in the movies. I know there's lots of videos. You can Google videos and see all kinds of crazy things happen. But in most cases, those fuel tanks, and we're really talking about the 5-gallon propane tanks is what everyone's concerns are. Those are, quite often those tanks have been modified or something has been done to them that prevents their safety devices from popping off. So it's been our experience that rarely are those involved in a fire. They do not start fires. Them by themselves, sitting there in a tank, you drive by if they were that unsafe, we wouldn't allow them outside of every grocery store, every quick stop. Blue Rhino would have to have a much more secure facility to store all of their tanks if the tank itself was a danger. We are much more concerned about the danger from people starting campfires because those, one, we can't go secure all of the logs, all the burnable material. And that's what our experience has been with the fire department is that's where our fires come from. Is people starting camping, heating fires, cooking fires, whatever they are. They use wood products and just regular old matches or a lighter to start that fire. Using a propane-driven camp stove is actually a much safer implement in our eyes than just a regular wood campfire because it's much more controlled and safety devices are in place. So it's just based on our experience that is not as dangerous as maybe some people perceive it to be.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, don't go far, please. Well, maybe it's to you. This could be to John Rada, but since you're up there, so.
I will try my best.
I think with the deletions on the S version, this ordinance has kind of lost its oomph. And the oomph that it had was pretty confusing. I think we were dancing around all kinds of legal requirements. We have, my understanding is in our parks, we don't allow fires. Is that right? Unless it's in a designated fire pit or something, like we have it.
On municipal land, any type of recreational or otherwise fire is not allowed. So, yeah, we're typically talking illegal campfires.
Okay, so now we're kind of adding this little thing and dancing around something. Does this really do anything here? We don't even enforce that. So now we have this. Why would we enforce this?
Our biggest concern is if we were under the conditions we've been, we're at week 6 of the burn ban right now. We have some areas around the community where people are using our green spaces for, whether it's camping or recreational activities, either one. We have no ability to go in and really kick them out and say this is unsafe. My biggest concern, and I know unfortunately because of the times that we're living in right now, my biggest concern is if we have a wildfire that starts, and I'll use for an example Russian Jack Park. If you drive by Russian Jack Park, there are the fire load in there is just phenomenal because of our windstorm in 2013. We have a bunch of downed trees. Those areas often are attractive to people who are trying to camp and stay out of the view of the public or anyone else. So if we have campers in Russian Jack Park and someone starts a fire somewhere on the edge of Russian Jack Park and it moves through, and with the conditions we have right now, that fire will move so fast that if those people are inebriated, intoxicated, asleep, for some reason they don't pick up on the fact of how that the woods are on fire, we'll have lots of dead people. I am much more concerned about that, and this gives us a tool to where we can identify our high-risk areas, and Russian Jack Park would definitely be one of those, where we could go in and see that we have a burn ban in place, we have some high-risk areas that we use a scientific tool to identify, and that we can go in and say, nope, everybody's got to be out of this area until we can get a crew in here to mitigate. Not just the debris left from their camp, but the actual wildfire risk to begin with.
Okay, can I just follow up briefly then? So, I mean, your comment leads to the point that I think Ms. Zolotel had made before. This isn't really about, I mean, some of the neighbors people are worried about their houses next to these green belts getting caught up in fires in these green belts, but this is really focused on, as the woman from ACLU said, this is focused on the homeless, and kind of like it's negative because of that, but in fact this is focused on the homeless, but to protect them from themselves.
We view that as more of a protection measure, and it's not necessarily just the homeless. We have lots of users of green space, and if we have a family and their small children playing in that area and a wildfire goes through while they're just using the trail, if we could close that trail, if we could close Russian Jack Park today and go in and mitigate it, clean out if there's any homeless camp stuff, but get in there and clean out all of the debris left from the 2013 windstorm, all of the overgrowth, everything that goes with that, until all of that's cleaned out, that during a burn ban, that may not be a safe location, even for people to recreate in. So that's more of our big picture. But our number one concern is people who would be camping in there who, for some reason, would not be able to get up and self-evacuate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my question's for Ms. Hedrick, too. So I have a couple of questions. One is this common to shut, I'm speaking about what Mr. Weddleton was talking about, the Section 17 shutting down an area to the public. Is that common in other jurisdictions? And then my second question is about fuels reduction in general and whether we do much of that here in Anchorage, and why aren't we focusing on that instead of just keeping people out of an area that we know could burn?
Great questions. Number one, I know there are some jurisdictions that would like to do this. I don't know if they have, code authority or have that legal ability to do that. This came to our attention as we were working through this when we realized really where our risk was. And for the second side of it, or the second part of your question, right now, we have a wildfire grant of about $300,000 that's supposed to last us 3 years, and that focus is to do fire-wise work in residential areas. We have no funding to do wildfire mitigation in public spaces. We can usually squeeze out with assistance from Team Rubicon or some other volunteer group or a grant from State Farm to do little pockets of that around the community in public spaces. But that's all we've been able to do since the days of the $1 million grants that we used to get when Senator Stevens was in place. Through the hazard mitigation program with the Office of Emergency Management, there are annual grants, and because of the earthquake, we also have an ability to apply for funding for hazard mitigation. Included within our hazard mitigation plan is funding for wildfire mitigation in public spaces, and we intend to pursue that money. Unfortunately, that takes a while to happen. We also will use that money to update our wildfire risk assessment for the entire community, so we will map the areas that we know are high-risk wildfire, or high risk to the public during certain wildfire conditions. As I mentioned earlier, we're in week 6 of a burn ban. As far as any of us can know, this is unprecedented. We've never been in this situation. Usually it goes on for a week or two and we get some relief. We're in August. August is our rainy month, apparently not anymore, which on a personal note, I'm kind of enjoying. And I think many of us are enjoying the nice weather. However, we are not set up for a long, dry summer. And because of that, we have not put enough resources to mitigating the fuel load in our public spaces. We just have not done that, and that is a significant concern for us.
Can I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
My sister's a fire scientist, so I owe her the credit because I asked her what I should ask you. So I guess my concern, do you know how many areas in the Muni would currently qualify for these wildfire areas?
Not off the top of my head. We did a wildfire hazard assessment in 2007. We are still working off of that assessment. That's quite a few years old. Our plan is to update that assessment with the help of some resources from UAA, if those resources are still in place. So but that does give us some guidance of some areas where we should focus. Unfortunately, of course, we've had some weather since then, and the 2013 windstorm is a really good example of what happened with Russian Jack Park. In the past, Russian Jack Park apparently at some point they went in and cleaned it out, and there was some mitigation efforts there. Then a decade later, we had the storm, so now and this is a constant process, something that we would have to do every year. However, we think we can do it for a reasonable amount of money. We just need a funding source to do that. And at this point, it's the federal government, and that's where we're going for the funds to do that.
Can I just ask one more? Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for answering this question. So I guess the thing that I would worry about is there are a bunch of these areas, and then we shut them all down, and then we don't have the money to actually get in there and get them safe for the public. And so we have all these public lands shut down. Is that something I should be worried about, or does it seem that we'll be able to keep up with the fuels reduction in those areas?
So what our thought process is we would identify an area. One, hopefully we get some rain and this problem somewhat goes away for this year so that we can plan for next summer to focus more on public fuels mitigation. This year, if we continue in this manner, we will identify some areas. If we identify an area that we know is a known, probably our high-risk areas, we identify that, we shut it down. We will find resources. We would probably use some of our wildland fire or Firewise mitigation funds, the little pocket of that we have. The other thing is we would partner with Team Rubicon to come in and do some volunteer work and hope that we could address those issues before we end up having to shut all the green spaces down. We don't think we'll get to that point.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Chief. So I've had a number of conversations with members of your crew about what's been going on the last several weeks. What would your kind of analysis be on how effective the burn ban is in the green belts throughout the downtown?
Anecdotally, it has encouraged the community to report things more often. That gives us the opportunity to go put stuff out before it gets out of control. In the past, in other summers, if the rain starts, typically in August, you could fly over the green belts and you could see that there were little campfires. What we've experienced this year is an increased number of reports of all of those small fires, which is exactly what we want. We believe some people are doing better at not having inappropriate or illegal fires. But it's not just in the green, or in the homeless, or areas where there's homeless camps or in green belts and stuff. We still have, residential people who are still insist on using their burn barrel in the back of the house and things. So it hasn't cured everything. We know it had a substantial effect because we banned the fireworks, and I think we definitely got lots of comments that people behaved and did not use their fireworks this year, which was good. We have seen an increased response in going to lots of little fires, which is preferable. I'd much rather go to a little campfire and put it out because someone called it in than somebody doesn't call it in and just kind of waves it off, and then it turns into something worse. So we are seeing an impact in our call volume. We responded from the initiation of the burn ban, which is June 28th. For the first 2 weeks, we had responded to 199 reports of wildfire incidents or illegal burns. So that was everything from somebody using their burn barrel to a neighbor who was maybe using their fire pit because they didn't know, to the MLK fire. So that's not the norm for us. That was definitely a significant increase in the number of responses. So we are feeling it. We are going on more of these calls, and I think it's more because people are paying much more attention to it. I hope that everyone is, that hears about it, understands, and is educated about why we have to have the burn ban in place and the danger that they put themselves and their neighbors in if a wildfire does occur. We hope that they're paying attention and are not using fire.
So can you kind of give an estimate of the highest volume area where you continue to have to make these responses?
We've seen quite a bit along Campbell Creek and that entire corridor. We have also seen quite a bit. Valley of the Moon Park has its ups and downs. Some weeks it's high, some weeks it's low. We've had a significant number of illegal burns on the hillside and in South Anchorage, but they're not in green spaces. Those are usually in people's backyards because many people don't understand that Anchorage is a modern city and they still want to use their burn barrels and other implements like that. So it's kind of a mix, but mostly in our green spaces along Campbell Creek is where we see an increased number, and Valley of the Moon, that whole corridor.
And so it is your belief, though, that this, even though it's a small step, would make a difference?
I think it's a small step that will hit us in the right direction. It also will put some onus on the next fire chief. When they come in, they can't, they'll have to use science to determine where these high-risk areas are and follow the rules, because that was one of our concerns. I didn't want to be responsible for just picking places. We want to have a reason why we pick those places during burn bans. The other thing is it also hold them accountable that we have a tool now, you should use that tool. So we believe, and especially if we're pursuing funding and we say we have this tool and we have all these areas, we have to mitigate these. If I go to the administration and say, I need funding to do this, or we need state funding or federal funding, it's much better if we have this type of a tool in place to show that we can, that we're held accountable to a standard. It is not the fix-all for everything because we just don't have the resources to go out and fix every single thing right now.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any further discussion on this item? Mr. Constant.
Yep, thank you, and this is not for you, Chief. Just that it is an interesting question the ACLU raises, that you might think that this is targeting homeless people, but really, in my opinion, it is targeting the interface between high-density residences and our public green belts. And those places are very different because of these high-risk threats that occur and can quickly turn into something horrifying, to which I've been to the site of a number of these fires that we've had recently, and the constituencies that I'm hearing from continue to tell me that this isn't enough, but I'm going to support it because it's something, and I'm hopeful that we move towards enough at some point in the future. But this isn't about a disparate attack against individuals with no means. This is about saving their lives from an accident that is waiting to happen.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if Ms. Wint Pearson would mind responding to the testimony that we heard from the ACLU, and if you need her to, she could, I'm sure, say it again.
Certainly. I'm just pulling up the revised language. And I think the first point is that I do think Ms. Zolotel's amendment addresses some of the concern in terms of making it clear that in some instances, public ways through the parks would also be closed. And my second point there is I understand this language to essentially say that camping is a fundamentally different class of activity than passing through an area on on a public way, either walking or on a vehicle. And as has been explained in the discussion subsequent to that testimony, the issue here is making sure to protect individuals from who are maybe sleeping or residing in an area from a fire that would not be as much of a danger, I think, to someone who is passing through on a pathway. So, I think I would defer to the fire chief for validation of that. But I personally, I think that there is a clear distinction legally, and there is clear support and as a public safety justification for clearing an area of uses that are more sentient, and particularly uses that might involve sleeping, when we wouldn't necessarily always clear the area of use by an individual who is in rapid motion on a mountain bike or who is in motion walking through the area. And again, I think that Ms. Zolotel's change also makes clear that in certain circumstances with certain levels of fire danger, the fire chief may close the area entirely, which, again, if it's justified to close the area entirely, then it takes away the distinction, the concern that was raised in the testimony. If there's other nuances of the testimony that I'm forgetting to speak to, please let me know.
I guess I could just add that that she raised concern with reducing it from 24 hours to immediate.
Through the chair, there again, the way I read this is that the chief could declare that an area is closed, but that wouldn't abrogate the requirement to do some kind of noticing in the area that the area was closed. And when we discussed this, and I realize it's not explicitly stated in this section, what we discussed was putting up notices in the same way that we would notice any area is closed to the public. And our code does currently contemplate that when an area is clearly signed as being closed to the public, then it triggers the ability to abate a camp more rapidly. And so if I were advising a department on how to apply this, I would certainly say, okay, if the area has been closed, if we've abated the camps that are in there on 24 hours notice, now the fire chief has declared them closed to the public, we need to go and put up notice around the area to prevent people from going back in there and camping, is how I envision it working legally, how I would advise for it to work. To the extent that's not reflected completely in the text, I think that's something you could consider amending. But again, as municipal attorney, I would advise in applying this that we would need to have the chief designate that things were closed, and then I would advise posting that around the areas in the same manner we post areas for zone abatement, so that people would be prevented from going in there and camping, both for their own good and to prevent fires starting there and spreading to adjacent areas.
That's really helpful. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing that I would like to point out is that there's still ongoing discussion about fire implements, and it's possible we could have a different AO in the future before this body. And, for example, one aspect concerns fireworks. So the discussion is ongoing, but lots of legal considerations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I just want to briefly speak to how we got here and the process. And, this has been a very, very lengthy process, and it looks very different than what it started with. But approximately close to 2 years ago now, Mr. Croft, when he was the chair of the Public Safety Committee, and then I, as the chair of the Homelessness Committee, worked together to attempt to do an ordinance that focused on fire implements. And due to discussions with APD, AFD, it was just deemed at that time that it was impractical. Then we had a future iteration of this after some significant complaints from community members. And so Ms. LaFrance and I worked on another version that dealt strictly with fire implements. And again, we just came up to roadblocks dealing with the practicality of doing summary abatement that wasn't already within code. APD and AFD have certain provisions in code already that they are able to use at their discretion. Then with the election of member Zalatel, she brought in some new ideas, and we joined forces and eventually just came to the conclusion that we need to work on fire implements on its own, and we need to really hone in on how we can do this that's both practical, that's realistic considering our staffing issues, and constitutional. And so those are sort of the big questions in the room, and as Ms. LaFrance has said, we are going to continue working on this. But the tool that we have before us, I think, as the fire chief has stated, gets us part of the way there. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say briefly, because the chief mentioned it, and I think this sort of illustrates part of what Ms. Quinn Davidson was getting at, too, about removing fuels. So the chief has used tonight, and I believe someone used in the prior work session, Russian Jack Park as an example. If you were to actually close Russian Jack Park and the trails that run through Russian Jack Park, I can promise you that my neighborhood would be in uproar. I live right near there. Not just my neighborhood. That's a regional park where people all over the city, but particularly all over East Anchorage, come to use and use heavily. Every time I go into Russian Jack Park, there's people walking, biking, running, playing golf, because we actually have a beautiful little golf course in there. And so if you were to close it, I think that would precipitate this body doing some kind of funding to immediately remove, if you close the entire thing. And so I think there's sort of a practical consideration here. First, I would urge the fire chief or whomever to think very carefully about what parts of Russian Jack Park you were closing and how you were doing that. I'm sure you would. But supposing we had another fire chief that was a little bit more dictatorial, I think it would cause, and not just in Russian Jack, that's just an example, but I'm sure any of our major green spaces, if they were closed, really closed, we would have hundreds of emails and calls and hours of public testimony, and we would very quickly find funding to remove those fuels. So, anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14B, ordinance number AO 2019-95, an ordinance authorizing the disposal of real property illegally described as Tract A, Boulder Springs subdivision.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14C, ordinance number AO 2019-96, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 3.87, Retiree Medical Funding Program for Police Officers and Firefighters.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14D, resolution number AR 2019-241, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $390,489.60 to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund as a transfer of responsibilities agreement from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities, and appropriating $41,989.50 from the Traffic Department Area-Wide General Fund for the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions Traffic Counts 18-20 program. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14E, resolution number AR 2019-244, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage approving one or more master lease purchase agreement schedules and appropriating an amount not to exceed $1,495,000 from the proceeds of one or more master lease purchase agreement schedules to the Information Technology Operating Fund, and appropriation of said funds to the Information Technology Capital Improvement Projects Fund, all within the Office of Information Technology, for system architecture, life cycle replacements, and upgrades. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14F, resolution number AR 2019-245, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating the proceeds from a Federal Aviation Administration Airport Improvement Program grant when tendered in an amount not to exceed $900,000, and reappropriating the proceeds.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for Mr. Falsey. And just so that I'm clear, what this does is moves around projects in order to prioritize the road project. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. It adds the road project and then creates some space for a few years, and then it reprioritizes the remaining projects.
So it doesn't result in any additional federal grant money or anything like that?
But through the chair, it doesn't result in any federal grant money because this is just conforming our budget to what we're expecting to receive from the FAA. It attends to the fact that we received more federal grant money from the road grant, and then it creates a space for us to manage our local match size without changing any of the budgetary picture that we already worked out a few months ago now.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14G, resolution number AR 2019-246, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $173,000 from the Eagle River Street Light Service Area Fund balance to the Eagle River SLSA Fund 2019 operating budget in the Public Works Administration Department for year-round street light maintenance and repairs within the Eagle River SLSA. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Is there any need to amend the the AM that goes with this, Mr. Falsey?
Through the chair, formally probably not. The effect is really in the resolution, but the body is aware that Mr. Constant noticed we had a typo, so we were using an old template that refers to snow removal activities on the memorandum at lines 22 and 23 that should really be street lighting activities. We could either just note that for the record, or I'm sure the body could pass an amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 10-0. We now have before us item 9B6, resolution number AR 2019-265, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly prescribing rules and procedures for the operation and management of a stormwater utility to guide the planning, development, and implementation. Thank you. You don't have to do it.
Actually, I hope to have this after I. So we do the first, I'm sorry if I misspoke. We got 14H, I, and then this would follow after, I believe.
Okay. Do we need a...
That was my intent. Maybe I
Okay.
misspoke. I'm getting a puzzled look from Ms. LaFrance. Am I okay?
Okay, great. Well then, we now have before us item 14H, ordinance number AO 2019-88, an ordinance establishing the Anchorage Stormwater Utility and adding Anchorage Municipal Code Section 26.10.016. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Tim Alderson. I am on the Board of Supervisors for the Upper O'Malley Limited Road Service Area for the last 6 years. I spent a year, about 18 months on the Hillside Road and Drainage Steering Committee, and then about, for the extent of the Stormwater Utility Steering Committee, which was 5 meetings, I served on that committee as well. And I'm here speaking as a private citizen. I'm not speaking with an official position of our LRSA, but I offer that background so you know the degree to which I've engaged with these issues over the last 3 years. In the fall of 2017, I sat on the Stormwater Utility Steering Committee, and in one of those first meetings, the consultants from Agnew Beck laid out a timeline for public engagement around this process. And the timeline was going to continue through that fall and was going to include engagement with all of the community councils, the LRSAs, public meetings, and other stakeholders. And the intent was for that to lead up to the point that you're at right now, which is the point of establishing an ordinance and putting more money behind this. And for whatever reason, at some point that process was abandoned, and this went radio silence for about a year. And none of that public engagement took place. We were at the point with the steering committee where we're even reviewing marketing documents and PowerPoints that could be used in that process. And so to be here now, over a year later, and you're considering this ordinance with none of that public process having been done gives me pause because of the size and the scope of this project. And a project of this size gets an inertia that envelopes it the further you go down the road and the more money that you put behind it. And so what I'd like you to do is encourage you to revisit that public process before you move forward with this and engage with the community councils, engage with the LRSAs, because I think it will ultimately lead to a better solution. And I think you will have a much more likely of being successful with an issue that I think is going to be very divisive in the community. There's some very smart people that are going to tell you, hey, let's just pass this and get the money, and we're going to do all that public engagement further down the road. But again, I think the inertia is reason to put the brakes on and take a step back. Another thing they're going to tell you is that, this is really not going to be a big deal because the rate initially is going to be so small, $50 to $100 for a homeowner. What I can tell you, having studied this issue, is the rate initially is only going to go up, and it's going to go up significantly. So knowing that this entity is going to exist in perpetuity, and the rates are only going to go up, what I ask you is, as you consider this, to be sure that this is an alternative of last resort, and all other options have been exhaustively explored before you move on with this. When I talk about this issue with people in the community,
Sir,
yeah.
Your time is up.
Okay. Any questions?
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I would like to hear the feedback you've received when you talk to folks in the community about this project.
Well, the gut reaction I get from people is that this is a tax, and that this is a way to raise taxes, and that it is a way to do an in-run around the tax cap. And I raised this issue in the steering committee, and the feedback that we got from the leadership at that time that was a policy question and it was outside the scope of the steering committee, and it would be for the assembly to decide that, and that it would also be part of the annual municipal budgeting process. And so that's fine, but now here talking to the Assembly, what I want to say to you is you need to have a better answer for that question before you go on to a public process. If the answer is every year we're going to decide whether we're going to offset the tax cap by the $18 million that is currently spent on stormwater maintenance, operations, and debt service, or if we're going to use that money for other things, whatever you decide, I encourage you to be transparent about that up front. That can't be an answer that we're going to decide later, or we're going to decide it on a year-to-year basis, because I think that's going to be a very divisive thing, and I think you're going to see very robust opposition and organized opposition to that.
I have another question for you. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm over on the other side. Hi. So I'm hearing you're wanting an opportunity for public input in this process. One of the things we've been asked to consider is money for a consultant, so that we can kind of get together that initial, the municipality can get together that initial request for the Regulatory Commission. Would having it packaged kind of more concretely then back out to the public process be helpful for you? So it's not what ifs, but it's more of a concrete proposal moving forward?
Well, I can tell you, every white paper on stormwater utilities that I've read, and I've read many from the EPA to the National Association of Clean Water Administrators, will recommend a feasibility study as a first step in this process. And that was not done in this case. And that feasibility study would answer many of those questions that you just mentioned, and it would give you a packet of data that you could go forward with in the public engagement process.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Tim Potter. Tonight, I'm here before you speaking on behalf of the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation, the Live, Work, Play Housing Committee, and myself personally. So I don't know if that gives me 9 minutes or not, but I'll try and hurry through what I have to say. Stormwater utilities are a longtime passion of mine, coming from an environmental background. I've seen what they've been able to do across the country. Bellevue, Washington, a town where I grew up as my hometown, initiated one as the first in the United States to do. I've observed and seen the incredible quality of life improvements that utility has afforded that community and everybody that lives there. I've been a proponent of a stormwater utility in Anchorage, Alaska for decades now. We have run into issues in the past. The last time it came forward in a big way was about 12 to 14 years ago, and there were objections because of the political environment, the economy at the time, and concerns that people expressed that this was just a way to dodge the tax cap. Wrong, wrong, and wrong. You've seen photos, you've seen some of the preliminary reports on the status of our current infrastructure as far as stormwater. We are in a significant, dire situation with 70 to 75% of our underground system failing or failed. We're currently under an MS4 permit by the federal government and the state. If we are found to be non-compliant, we're facing probably an exposure of $1 billion to $1.5 billion. The way to go about doing this, if we don't want to do a utility, is you better start putting bonds on the voters' ballot of about $50 to $100 million a year, which I doubt will be passed, based on the fact that we call ourselves a park town, and if we put anything over $4 million a year on a park bond, it fails. So, as part of the Live, Work, Play Housing Committee, which I co-chair for AEDC, we evaluated looking at ways to try and meet the housing crunch and problems in town. We went through and identified as a committee what issues from a cost standpoint were adding up as components of what was making new housing unaffordable in town and why developers weren't doing that. We formed a subcommittee that studied it in detail, which led to a white paper being prepared at my request to a volunteer, Mark Primo, former manager of AWW and a good friend. He prepared the white paper with our subcommittee of the Housing Committee of Live Work Play, and that was forwarded to the administration. If I could just finish up fairly quickly. That led to a contract that went to a national but local consultant to do work that worked with the committee that the prior speaker was on and I was on as a steering committee. You know, this is one of those amazing positions where we have...
Mr. Potter, so your time is up. I do need you to wrap up very quickly.
You have the answer in this hand and you have the question or the answer in this hand. And do you go out and seek the information so you can take an informed thing to the public to discuss? Or do you take an overall thing that's not very well documented to the public to try and get their input, to only find yourself back at the beginning again trying to discuss the details of it? Okay. In my view, this is a better approach.
I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
That's really unfortunate. I would hope that someone would ask me a question. This is a very, very important piece of legislation. Possibly
you got your wish.
Possibly the most significant legislation this assembly and you members will act on or participate in for the future, the long-term future.
I have a question for you, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Thanks for your work. So quickly tell us the salient points that we need to know in order to make an intelligent decision tonight, please.
We currently have two primary stormwater handling jurisdictions in town, one being DOT, one being the city. They are not coordinated. They are duplicative in some fashion, but not in all fashions. DOT focuses on the drainage that comes off of DOT roads, and they do not size their improvements to accommodate storm drainage from the properties prone to development adjacent to those. They have crossings of their roads that aren't sized adequately. They don't have a budget. We don't have a constant flow of revenue to go out and actually manage the assets. Speaking to someone in the audience earlier today, I said, you know, it's too bad we don't have a combined system like some cities have of sewer and stormwater, because if it stunk, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Stormwater is the invisible utility, and it is a very, very important key factor. This town needs to have it. What I've seen now there's 1,400
Actually, if I could
stormwater
interrupt you really
utilities.
quickly. Mr. Dyson, is your question answered?
The salient points, Mr. Dyson, are that we have a significant unsustainable financial problem associated with stormwater.
And we got to deal with it now.
It is having a significant detraction towards development.
The cost of doing nothing is a catastrophe.
The options are doing nothing, continuing to spend our tax money on Band-Aid fixes at 10 below zero when we have problems. It's really a dumb way to run a railroad. And the right thing to do is to create a sustainable, financially sustainable hybrid system of natural systems that abide by gravity, backed up by human-made components engineered to last a long time for the betterment of the community.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Is the intent to push the public hearing or to close it? Okay, well, go ahead. Make the motion to continue. Mr. Weddleton, did you want to make a motion to continue the public hearing?
It's public hearing. I'd like to move to continue the public hearing. Thanks.
Until
December 10. Thanks. September 10.
Okay, September 10th, seconded by Ms. LaFrance or Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I would. Thanks. This is important. I agree with Mr. Potter, and this is something that way back when we did the Hillside District Plan, we studied it quite a bit for the hillside and kind of extends to the rest of the city. We do need some better way to handle our stormwater. what we have here is extremely simple. We're adding a line and a third to our code, but it kind of masks the tremendous complexity of this. And I think both Mr. Potter's and Mr. Alderson's comments show us that. We should wait on this, get some more information. We also have, it's the Assembly's job to bracket this and say what this will look like, and we have not really put anything here. Right now it's wide open, and should we move forward with this, I'd like to see from the Assembly some kind of rails on it, say these are the things that we're looking for, these are our ultimate goals. I'd have a following resolution that you've seen that I think is somewhat of a starting point. I would put it forward tonight. I hope it doesn't pass because it also needs to be postponed. It needs more work from all of you to have input on. But we really need to get into this in much more depth. And so that's kind of the broader picture. But also this is not the only way to fund this. We had a proposal with the budget this year for $450,000 to do this necessary study. And without this potential commitment of over $1 million and $1.5 million. So I'd like to consider that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Thanks. I'd like to hear from the administration.
Through the chair, I heard the Assembly member say that we both need to wait on this and to get more information. I think from where we sit, you can't have both. If we are waiting on this item, we're not going to be able to provide you much more information. I might solicit the assistance of Director Corsentino from AWU or Jason Bockenstead, the Deputy Chief of Staff, who've been carrying the water on this. But recall, this is a request of the Assembly to create the utility in name only so that it exists as a bank account to allow us to give more meat to the bones here so that we can have a conversation that is not plagued by an infinite number of what-ifs, but that would be really ripened into a real proposal that we could shop to folks. If we delay on this item until September, we will be sort of stuck where we are without the ability to provide much of any new information beyond the 267-page report that we have already provided to the Assembly from the Stantec study. And I'll further say that to the extent that there is a concern that this step yields too much control to the administration to run forward and run fast with any further checks. That is not our request and certainly not our intent. So as we discussed in the work session, if the Assembly were interested in putting a harder stopgate in front of us to say that nothing could actually be brought to the RCA to be blessed with a certificate of public necessity and convenience, you couldn't ripen the utility into a real enterprise beyond just having created a bank account. We would be in support of that as well. There's certainly no desire on the administration's part to pick up the ball and just start running as fast as possible. We'd like to ripen the information into something that could really foster a serious community conversation, but we would certainly intend to bring it to the community and to the Assembly before it goes further.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Potter's point about this being the most significant legislation that some of us may face here, I believe that's all the more reason why we need to push this to September 10th, the meeting of September 10th. There's no disagreement that we have a big problem and we lack a systematic, holistic, consistently funded way to fix and address these issues. However, we need to establish a policy framework that Mr. Weddleton alluded to or discussed, not necessarily wait for additional information, but do due diligence on what we have received. And I also believe we need to conduct some public outreach. It is a bit concerning to me that a number of folks didn't realize that these two AOs were before the body. And while I understand it may only be in name only, the issue of bringing the public along in this process, I believe, is critical to this project's success. So as far as the policy framework, which I know we'll take up in Mr. Weddleton's resolution later, one of our constituents who's very informed and involved in the project referred to it as a monstrous undertaking. I mean, this is huge, and we need to set those parameters in advance. This project will likely span administrations and potentially assemblies, so having that solid foundation at this point before we spend additional money is critical. Due diligence on that piece, during the last few days, I've received a ton of questions from constituents, largely because folks have been out of town and many community councils don't meet during the summer, and this was off folks' radar. And I do thank Jason Bockenstead with the mayor's team for responding to those questions. Now we need to digest some of that information and make sure that we do indeed have the data to move forward to the next step with confidence. So we may have the information we need, but we need to make sure. And then finally, on public outreach, some of the best questions I've received in the last 36, 48 hours have come from constituents who have been highly engaged with the project, who are really knowledgeable and generally quite supportive. And again, some of those questions came at the last minute, perhaps because folks didn't realize this was coming forward. And I'd also point out that in District 6, we've got 22 or so road service areas, and there's been an effort to coordinate those groups, and it's been challenging, but I think giving a little bit of extra time here with this will boost some of those conversations. So I think that we need to do this to the best degree we can to ensure success. This is a huge undertaking, and it needs to be one that has the confidence of the public. So I ask the body to please consider postponing to September 10th, and this will also give us time to have a special meeting of the Utilities and Enterprise Oversight Committee to focus on especially the parameters for guidance that Mr. Weddleton is putting forward in his resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question with regard to where later, if we don't continue the public hearing on this, we've been asked to potentially appropriate funds for a consultant with regard to the planning, development of the stormwater utility. And I'm curious if we really have enough information now, or if that was part of what the consultant was going to do, which would be to inform that policy we're going to be asked to implement in further flushing out the storm utility. So if someone could answer that for me, I would really appreciate it. And then the secondary question to that is, if that's the case, do we have to potentially borrow the entire amount requested, or could we just break it down to the consultant?
Through the chair, I'll answer the second one first. We're only going to borrow the money when we need it, and we're not going to borrow it all immediately.
Jason Bockenstead, through the chair. Yes, I think this next phase was to really provide a lot of those answers to the questions that people have been raising. I would just point out that as a result of what we have done over the last 18 months, and I think a lot of the comments that Tim Alderson and Tim Potter made, we took into account as we went through this process. 18 months ago when we started this, I think our initial plan was, yes, we're going to move forward, we're going to do all of this public involvement, and we're going to come back to you guys and everything's going to be ready. Well, through that process with the steering committee, they raised a lot of really good questions about what are the rates going to be, what's the capital improvement plan going to look like. So we essentially took we changed course a little bit and said, okay, what we'll do is we will provide the why. Why is a stormwater utility needed, and why is it so important based on the infrastructure that we have seen? And I think that's the document that we presented and firmly developed. I mean, there's 265 pages, and a couple hundred of them are showing each assembly district pictures and ages of a pipe, and just showing how big of a problem this really is. And I think as a result of that, we said, okay, we're going to do the why, and then we're going to come back, and then we're going to do what are the rates going to be? What is the long-term capital improvement plan going to look like? What is the management structure ultimately look like? What employees are we going to have? And that's this next phase. So that's kind of why we set it up that way.
So is it possible to get at the second portion here, these questions, without the creation of the utility.
I think, again, through the chair, I think when we initially proposed during first quarter budget revisions using the $485,000, I think that would have been one opportunity to do it without the creation, but barring that, no, I think this is the only route. But I would defer to Alex Slivka on that point.
So through the chair, the reason for this structure is so that we have a source for the money before we can even go through the process of selecting a consultant and coming back to you with that decision. We need to have a source for the money. So this creates an ability, as Mr. Falsey has said, to create a bank, so to speak, where we can have the money to proceed.
Is it possible for AWWU to borrow the money and just keep it sequestered?
So that would be a mixture that's using their rate base to cover something outside their rate structure. So the answer is no.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would appreciate the opportunity to postpone as well. I think over the last couple of days, I thought I knew what I wanted to do with this and how I would vote, but then I had some information brought forward to me today that made me stop and ponder and question again. Given that, there are a couple of questions of how this really works and how this impacts the Chugach-Eagle River area, and I'm specifically speaking in regard to the fact that even our street maintenance people didn't realize that this was coming before a vote today, and I found that kind of strange. And I certainly understand the idea that there was a way of trying to get some of this information out, but it seems to me a little bit of having the cart before the horse at this point. And I just wanted to make sure that we really did have the opportunity to speak to other people in our communities. I know out in the Chugach-Eagle River area, not all of our community councils meet over the summer, and they will start back here, in a few weeks. And I think it would be a good opportunity to try to get a little more information, maybe a little more support. One of the things that I see as being part of this issue is how we do fund this. Are we going to continue on a track of having people approve bonds for these kinds of projects, or are we just going to bill them for them, whatever it is? So I think it would be good to have a little bit more public conversation. So I'm going to support the idea of postponing.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant.
Thanks. I have a number of questions now. Mr. Bogstad, we have a steering committee that's been engaged on this?
Through the chair, yes, we did. We're not meeting anymore because that work was done.
Right. And so who, kind of generally speaking, composed the steering committee?
We had a number of representatives from the Hillside to include Tim Alderson and Mike Jens. We had some folks from different municipal departments to include street maintenance, traffic. We had Tim Potter from AEDC, and there were a number of other folks
it's a pretty
that
broad
represented.
Representation.
Yes.
Thanks.
I think it was like 15 members.
Right. So the public was involved?
Yes.
Okay. And didn't we have a committee meeting on this very topic just like 2 weeks ago? A month ago?
Sometime in the middle of July, yes.
Right. So we definitely already had a committee meeting. How many work sessions have we had on this topic?
During this project, I personally presented to the Assembly, I believe, 3 separate times on this report specifically. And then, again, I think we've had 1 or 2 over the course of the last month.
So there's just been a ton of work already going. And so, okay, thank you. Now, it's interesting to me that we are now contemplating postponing our business because community councils don't meet in the summer. But there's no lack of record that we have done a lot of investigation in this question and what our direction is. And I question, if we're going to postpone for several weeks, what the actual outreach plan members of the Assembly are intending to engage in, because the administration has clearly done their outreach on this to the members, to the public, to the steering committee, through work sessions and committee hearings. And so I'm a little bit baffled as to what we're going to accomplish in waiting another month, other than just waiting another month. And so I would love to hear some thoughtful approach to what that's going to look like. Otherwise, I'm not there in terms of delay.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. Forgive me if I ramble on a bit. These are classic issues. Anchorage has a history not unlike boom towns in lots of places. Started out as a railroad construction town. The military in World War II transformed this place. The oil industry, first in Cook Inlet and then Prudhoe Bay and the oil fields, utter transformation. Huge investment from the Department of Defense because of our geographical location, if you understand spherical geometry. And with boom towns and transient populations, it's always tough to get some people to take a long view. Mr. Potter has been working at long view things here for 35 years that I know about, with great diligence and a lot of integrity. And we have matured, and we've had some people guiding this city in the last 30 years or so that have done 40 years, 30, have done some neat stuff. And you're sitting in one of the buildings that came from the Projects 80 stuff and so on. And I couldn't see it. And I voted, I called the Tony Knowles Trail the Taxpayers' Trail of Tears. And it's one of the crown jewels of our city. And as cities have expanded and so on, the wise elders of the tribe, if you will, can see that utilities expanding ahead of the development when you can really helps. A person looking over our shoulder would say, what are you idiots thinking about having 3 different power companies in a little tiny town like this? And, and look at the roads here. The main highway for the whole state has to go through what? How many, Chris? 5 or 6 stoplights and school crossings and everything else. It's just, we're still building so fast that it's hard to step back and take the long view. George Sullivan was one of those guys that did. Tony Knowles did a bit, and some others. So here we've got some wise elders of the tribe who are saying, you got to do this. Could have been done a long time ago, but your grandchildren will look back and say, Mom, why didn't you guys get this stuff together when you had a chance back then? Because here we are playing catch up. One of my proverbs is that public policy makers never, ever make the right decision at the right time. The rare times that they know what the decision is, they have either not the personal will or the political capital to suck it up and get it done, and so on. So then we're always behind the power curve or waiting to catch the tide, and we miss it. I'm glad that we've got some people who are reminding us of it. Now, this issue, like many we face, is not sexy. People will not understand and what the issue even is. They've elected us, particularly you guys, because they trust your judgment to look at the big picture. One of my guys that I followed, Sam Cotton, who in the legislature and so on, he was asked in a public meeting, are you going to vote the way we want you to? And Sam says, I have an advantage you don't have. I get a chance to look at all the research, hear all the arguments, get on top of the details and stuff. At the end of the day, I hope I vote the way you would if you had access to all the information I do. We have a representative kind of government because the average citizen does not have the time and often not the expertise to get on top of these very complicated and nuanced issues. So I believe that this is a seminal issue. Woe unto us if we don't get after it. I'm going to not vote for the delay, but I have trust in you all that you will, and that you'll get after it here and not let it just sit and not get started. End of sermon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I sure appreciate that, Mr. Dyson. And I would say, I believe we need to handle our stormwater in different ways. Stormwater utility of some form is certainly top of the list to look at. But kind of getting to Mr. Constant's points, this is not a delay for community councils who don't meet in the summer, and he knows that I have no patience for that. This is really far beyond that. It's not so much a community council issue, particularly in my district. It's limited road service areas, rural road service areas, and so on. They're aware of this process for the 18-plus years, over 10 years. They knew this is something that was coming. But all of a sudden, it's here, and they weren't aware, and they haven't been involved. And for whatever reason, we need to hear from them. There were people on that committee, but if you look through that study, it's kind of like 7 people. We got a lot more than that have a stake in this, and we need to get their buy-in and their knowledge of what's going on in the hillside and other parts of the city. And I'd say a sign of this is when you look at the January report, it's pretty clear we're only talking Anchorage Bowl, but it doesn't say that here. And Ms. Kennedy's going, what does this do to Eagle River? Well, if you start with that January report, nothing. You're not even part of it. But it's not clear. That is simply not stated here. So there are lots of ways to cut this. And I think a delay of 1 month to get some more input from people who are involved, community councils, but also many others who are very knowledgeable, much more knowledgeable, like Tim Alderson is very knowledgeable of these things. Mark Schimsheimer, people from the LURSAs, get them involved. Let's get some time from that. And then put some brackets on it. We should set what are our goals, and we don't need the technical information. We can just say, we just want a Anchorage Bowl. We just want, how's it going to affect the tax cap? We can make some broad statements on that. There's a lot of things we can do to bracket, and I don't think that'll be harmful. It actually helps them going forward. And again, how do we fund this? Do we put out there $1.5 million, and we'll just use it as it's available? But we're kind of making this a big thing in a hurry. Or do we say, let's just fund it? Let's put it in the budget like was proposed in the spring. Should we find it to be a priority and fund it in a normal way and not do this loan, which really gets us in a bind? If we do it and they come out with a study and we go, man, that's not going to work for us, and we vote it down, now we got to pay that money back. And that's a big hit in the budget. And we need to deal with that up front. I don't like putting this off. So it's no harm, only gain, waiting 1 month. And we also need to consider this funding mechanism.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Thanks. Maybe Ms. LaFrance will answer after me because she's in the queue, but I still haven't heard a plan. The administration has told us they've put out there everything that they have, and their intent is to plant a flag and say, we're going to do this, and we're going to grant them the funds to actually do an assertive campaign of public outreach and do the work that you're all asking for. And so with no funds and no frame, how does that happen? I would love to hear our plan for achieving this. What are we going to accomplish in a month? If not, I just think we have, in a way, a duty to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought actually Mr. Weddleton had addressed some of the outreach issues, and I don't have a plan in front of me, although I know it would involve meeting with our road service area folks on that coordination effort and see if we can push that discussion forward in the next 4 weeks. It would also involve direct outreach in our, to our councils and HALO and other organizations. I mean, I guess for me it comes back to, yes, we need to take the long view and the big picture, but if the long view and the big picture can't sustain another 4 weeks, it doesn't seem very big or very long. And as Mr. Weddleton pointed out, no harm with holding on and to this for 4 more weeks, only gain. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I understand Mr. Weddleton's idea that he would like to have community councils involved. That's actually where I met first met John Weddleton was at a Hillside East Community Council meeting about 15 years ago. But one thing that I've noticed that many of the community councils will put something on their agenda and the presenters get 10, 15, at the most 20 minutes. We've had 2 or 3 hour work sessions on this and been discussing it for 45 minutes tonight. I don't see how we can expect people at a community council to get enough information to give us the kind of input that we're seeking after a 15 or 20 minute or 10 minute presentation. Also, we've got an amendment that Ms. Zaletel has put together that would require that this would come back to us again before it was ever submitted to the RCA. So I actually see that as a way to protect us. We get another shot at another bite at the apple, so to speak, later on, and I think that's a good amendment. But I'm actually agreeing with Mr. Constant. I don't see what 2 or 3 week or 5 week delay is going to buy us. I think if we pass this, we give the administration the tools to start doing the outreach that everyone thinks needs to be done. So I'm going to be a yes vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think it's just proximity, but I tend to agree with all of my colleagues down here. Since I got on the body over a year ago, we've been talking about this. We've had a number of meetings. I've had a number of opportunities to ask questions. The public, I think, has had an opportunity to know what's happening, and I don't think we're going to accomplish much more in a month. So, and in fact, voting yes tonight allows us to accomplish more after that. So I will be a no vote on delaying this, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Chair, just would you read the question again so everyone's clear?
Sure. So the question is to continue the public hearing on this item until September 10th. Voting yes is to move the item to September 10th. Voting no means we will be voting on this item today. Members may proceed to vote. Yeah, the motion fails 5-5. So we now have the main motion before us. Ms. Zaletel, do you want to do your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Zaletel Amendment Number 1. As Mr. Peterson already nicely summarized, this would bring back before us the utility framework prior to submitting an initial application before the Regulatory Commission of Alaska.
Actually, Ms. Zaletel, the clerk informs me that we do not have a motion to approve on the floor.
Oh, okay.
So if a member can please make that motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Ms. Zaletel.
Okay. Move Zaletel Amendment Number 1.
And Mr. Peterson seconds.
And I think we've already explained it, unless there's any questions about it.
Seeing no discussion. Sure. Members may proceed to vote. That passes 10-0, and I'm informed by Assembly Council that we did not officially close the public testimony, so public testimony on that item is closed. Okay, so any other amendments or discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 8-2. We now have before us item 14I, ordinance number...
Hold on, I move to reconsider.
Second.
Do you want to speak to that motion, Mr. Dunbar?
I urge a yes vote. I stayed silent during that last vote, and I shouldn't have. I thought that we were going to support Mr. Weddleton's motion. It ended up failing. And I guess I'd like to urge my colleagues to try this again. And the reason is because this stormwater utility, I want it to go forward with something approaching unanimity. It's something that's really important for this city. It could end up lasting generations. And it's something that is really going to impact the hillside. And I think it's clear the fact that both of our representatives from District 6 just voted no to something that's going to be crucially important to developing that part of the city. I think it indicates that we should try this again, delay it, and see if we can use that month to find a little bit more togetherness on this issue. There's no reason this has to be, I believe we can get to a unanimous vote on this, and for that reason, I urge reconsideration.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I urge a no vote, and Mr. Weddleton has drafted and had laid on the table this resolution that is stunning in scope and scale.
I just got started.
Mr. Dunbar.
I'm sorry, I was talking to the clerk. I was a yes vote. I want us to reconsider it, get it back on the floor, and then delay it until September 10th. The public hearing would be closed, but we could still delay it. So I was just talking to the clerk. What did you ask, Mr. Constant?
I just was speaking in opposition to,
okay. I'm sorry. I thought you
to your question. No, I did, but I wanted you to hear my rationale rather than be talking with the clerk and the chair. Mr. Weddleton laid on the table a resolution that is an attempt to frame the process going forward. And I believe that Mr. Weddleton's impulse is 100% right. I believe, though, that the lateness of its approach and the fact that it has so much in it means that we shouldn't even vote on it tonight, but we should put that on the table for the next month in consideration of how we frame forward this movement towards a stormwater utility. Because there's no reason that item has to pass tonight, but instead can be the vehicle by which we cabin in the development of this utility over the next couple of years. And so I would urge my peers to use that vehicle as a process by which we can become, if we need to, better informed at how we lay the groundwork from a policy perspective. And so the vehicle is already on the table, and or it could be briefed very quickly. So I would urge a no vote on the reconsideration, and let's move on to the next part of this conversation where we can actually do the work of framing our approach to a stormwater utility.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Mr. Constant and also urge a no vote. I think what Mr. Weddleton has prepared here is really fantastic and frames the conversation and informs the administration as it looks to hire a consultant and move the question forward. I think it raises the salient points that Mr. Weddleton started with. I'm sure he has more, and provides us really a push to move forward on some specific items. We have the why, and Mr. Weddleton's starting to frame the how and some of that, and I think that working together with the administration with the aid of a consultant will be helpful. So again, I urge a no vote.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to reply to the statements to me, if that's all right. So it's funny. I find myself in an interesting position here. I consider myself among the strongest supporters of the stormwater utility. Mr. Potter and I served together on the Live Work Play subcommittee at AEDC, and we've been talking about this for more than a year, maybe 2 years. So it's funny that I again find myself in this position, but it's because I think that month-long delay, and it's true, it might not lead to all the things we want to happen in that month. But I think we should give our members from South Anchorage that opportunity. Now, I agree with you that you could just take that resolution and push it off until September. You could take the funding mechanism and push it off until September too. But what we've done tonight is actually create a utility. Now, whether or not it gets funded and stood up, and whether or not it's cabined, as you described by Mr. Weddleton's resolution, we did just legally create a utility, which is a huge deal. And I wish it had been a unanimous vote. And that's why I urge a reconsideration so we can delay it. And again, I'm not Nostradamus. I don't know if maybe in September we won't have a unanimous vote. But I suspect that in September we'll be able to get there. So I, again, urge a yes vote on reconsideration.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I want to speak in favor of the motion to reconsider. I agree with Mr. Dunbar. He brings up some salient points that we, as we have done, and as we have been very wise to do with some very recent projects coming before this body, have found it important enough to seek alignment for us to delay votes on some very significant items before us. And as Mr. Potter succinctly states, this is a very significant item before us. I think it would be a shame if we decided to move forward with this and we didn't have the alignment that we need of the community, because this could be something that lasts a long time, and the last thing that we want is something like this that the public is not on board with.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Constant.
I just would offer that while we created a line item on a budget for a stormwater utility, we have not yet created an application to submit to the Regulatory Commission of Alaska, and we have not moved forward on the creation of a utility. So, frankly, we haven't done all that much. We just have laid the groundwork to begin the process to get us to the point where we can do exactly what you stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually was kind of surprised by Mr. Dunbar's motion, but I'll support it. The only reason why I was actually a yes vote on the last vote was because of Ms. Zolotel's amendment, the idea that the Assembly would always have basically final approval of anything that we do to move forward. That being said, there are still some pretty big questions, I think, for the Chugach-Eagle River community. And so if we get another chance to kind of delve into that, I'd appreciate that. I've heard conflicting information about what this does to Chugach-Eagle River. And I've also, I was also told that no, the road boards were not really brought into this conversation at this point. There could have been part of the whole focus group beforehand, but they really aren't completely informed, or maybe we haven't had the opportunity to hear from them specifically. And so if we do have an opportunity to take that time to hear those comments from those entities, I would really appreciate that extra time. So I'll vote yes. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Mr. Dunbar for this opportunity to consider reconsideration. The part about this that's a little bit frustrating is that there is, I believe, a lot of support in District 6 for moving forward with a stormwater utility. In fact, as I mentioned earlier, some of the more challenging, really good questions came from folks who are generally supportive. And to have a little bit more time, I know, Mr. Constant, you asked for a specific plan. I know that will involve Mr. Weddleton and I personally reaching out to folks, setting up a couple meetings with people who were on the steering committee and doing additional due diligence. There's been a request as well for some financial information, which I understand may be in this report somewhere. I've not found it. That shows, I'm not saying it's not in there, I just need some time to look through it, the business case for the status quo, the business case for moving forward with the plan ahead. And so having this additional time, I would very much appreciate that opportunity to work with our constituents to move us forward towards not just alignment on the body, but alignment with the different districts, because I think we really can get there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Dunbar.
I have one other point, and maybe it's not a fair one, but I'd also like to give Mr. Perez Vertia an opportunity to vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, I guess I'm a little confused because we frequently have 9-2 votes and we don't ask to reconsider those. So it seems strange to me that we aren't comfortable with a majority of 9-2 moving forward on something that will come back before us again before it goes to the RCA. So I don't understand it and I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. I think we might have Mr. Perez Vertia on the phone with us.
Yep, I'm here.
So let's get a clarity. Okay, sure. So this is a question for Assembly Council. Does a member have to vote on this item in order to vote on a reconsideration?
I can't be entirely certain, but intuitively, I think that the member must have voted on the question if they're going to vote for or against reconsideration. And I base that on generally that in order to move for reconsideration, we have to have voted on the prevailing side. So it makes sense to me that voting on the motion for reconsideration means you voted on the motion that you're asked to reconsider. But I can't say that with certainty. I would really like a few minutes to do a little reading on Robert's rules here.
Sure. So we can go ahead, take a quick 5-minute Addies.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. So we don't actually have clear guidance from Robert's rules or the law, but in discussing this further with our municipal attorney, we think that the more prudent thing to do is allow a member who has a vote here at the table to exercise that power with present. Mr. Perez-Verdia, we can vote on the motion to reconsider. Yes.
Okay, so just to restate, the answer that you have given is yes, he can vote on this motion to reconsider, and then after that, if that motion is successful, he can vote on the main item?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Then I think we may have lost Mr. Perez-Verdia. Nope.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you here. Has Mr. Perez-Verdia, we just had 45 minutes of debate on this. Has he heard the debate? When did he come online?
So he just came online sort of at the tail end of the debate.
So even the debate on reconsideration he didn't hear?
He has not received most of the salient points on the debate to reconsider.
Okay. Should we restart?
Here, let me just see if we can get Mr. Perez-Verdia, and then after that, I would be okay with a quick summation of arguments, which I think we have one person from each side in the queue right now, and then vote. Mr. Perez-Verdia, are you with us? Okay. All right. So he is here with us, so I'll go ahead and turn it over to you, Mr. Dunbar, quickly, and then Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm urging a yes vote because I believe in the creation of a stormwater utility that's going to last decades. We can afford to delay 1 month in order to allow particularly our members from South Anchorage to go to their limited road service areas and get some more unanimity. I want this to be as close to a unanimous vote as possible. I think there is work that can be done in the intervening months that would help us get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And Mr. Perez-Verdia, it's interesting having a debate to one. I am urging a no vote. We have been contemplating this for a couple of years and more. We have the packet before us. And in fact, Mr. Weddleton has presented to us a resolution that you may have received that was laid on the table to us at 4:30 today, and that we can use over the next intervening month to build that framework and consensus around. But that what we're doing right now, if we approve the ordinance, if we vote no to reconsideration and move forward, is allow the administration the resources to actually begin the consulting process and get us the more information that people are seeking. And so I would urge a no vote, and let's get on with this conversation so we can get to the substance.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Good points. Let's go ahead and vote on the motion to reconsider. Mr. Perez-Verdia, how do you vote? Yes, we did. Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. So that motion fails 6-5. So we now have before us item 14I, ordinance number AO 2019-87, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, providing for, authorizing, and approving a borrowing program for the municipality in the aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $1.5 million for the purpose of providing funds to finance certain projects of the stormwater utility of the municipality. Public hearing is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Tim Potter, I'm speaking for myself right now. First, I want to apologize for my animation in the previous discussion. I appreciate Mr. Dyson acknowledging that I've worked long and hard within the community to try and make it a better place, many times on a volunteer basis. This is a very important issue. Funding is important. The money was established. It was moved to go handle another crisis. Do I care whether it comes from a other budget line item? If it exists now and you can get it, that would be wonderful. If the method that's in front of you now that the administration put forward works, I would appreciate you doing something so we don't languish waiting for money to become available, because the true work with the answers to the questions that you're all looking to have will come out of this next piece of work. So it's very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you know, one thing that I don't believe we've discussed this evening that we did mention and was mentioned several times at the work session on Friday was how the fees for this stormwater utility would be spread out not only amongst the property taxpayers, but also amongst other nonprofits. Would you go over that so everyone is aware of that? Thank you.
That's probably more than you want to get into tonight, and it's largely in part what the expert consultants that have helped establish utilities and provide that rate structure and methodology for private nonprofits or churches and that, how that all gets operated. I will say that in most of the utilities that have been set up, especially most recently, there's typically a mitigation program that really presses towards green infrastructure, so that if you, in fact, you can potentially use some of the revenue stream to provide a grant program that promotes property owners to actually establish green infrastructure on their property, reduce the amount of water that runs off, which then reduces the rate that they have to pay for their utility bill. So it can be as robust as you want it to make and as painless as you want to make it. I think the goal is to really push the community towards a hybrid system of natural systems which don't get worn down by gravity. Every pipe we put in the ground wears out. And I was going to start my presentation tonight with saying there was gravity, and it was determined that that was a good thing. So first there was gravity. And, you know, I've got a lot of white hair that's left. And over the years, I've figured out that I'm about 1.5 inches shorter than I started out. And it's because of gravity. And if you let that gravity and the sources that go along with it, like stormwater running downhill, it will wear you out, and there's no pipe you can make that will offset something that is working 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, grinding at you. So in real planning, you should always plan around the drainage basin first, because you can't beat gravity.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. Tim Alderson again from the Upper O'Malley Limited Road Service Area. I just wanted to give my perception of this steering committee that was put forth as an example of the public process that has gone on to this point. And I served on that steering committee for a sum total of 4 meetings. That was over 1.5 years ago. And the makeup of that committee included 3 people from the Hillside, and to my knowledge, only a single person from ARTSA, the largest constituency that's going to be in this stormwater utility. So in sum total, it was 4 people actually representing future residential ratepayers. Beyond that, it was mostly people from the municipality, Department of Transportation, and people from the business community. There was no representatives from the school district, which is the single largest landowner in the municipality and will have significant burden to pay with this utility going forward. And so to put that up as an example of a robust public process that got us to this point, I think is incorrect and invalid based on my experience on that committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I was going to move to postpone until September 10th. I don't know.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this? I think we've pretty much hashed it out. Yeah, Mr. Weddleton and then Mr. Dunbar.
This is not the only way to fund this. What we've done is we're saying we're going to take out a loan for this. We may or may not do it. If we say no, now we're going to pay this back lickety-split. I'd rather just pay as we go, find the money in the budget, should we find this a priority beyond crime and homelessness and other issues, and fund it that way. I don't think this is a good way to fund it. I don't think people would like this. Let's wait a month and scratch our heads and see if there's another source of money.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Salatel.
Does the administration have a response to that and how this is going to work?
Through the chair, yes. The way this will work is having approved the function of the stormwater, Mark, Mr. Corsentino is going to complete the RFP process and identify how much money is needed, and then that RFP, depending on the amount, if it ends up being over $500,000, that RFP will come back before this body for your approval. But once that is awarded, and then monies are then at that point we're going to do an interfund loan. So we're going to borrow the money from ourselves and provide a rate of return above the current general cash pool rate, and we're only going to borrow as much money as we need in order to meet our obligations. So if it's a $500,000 contract that runs for 6 months, by the end of the 6-month time period, we'll have borrowed $500,000. So it's probably the most economical way that we can fund this. And the other thing about it is that we are going to be able to capitalize all this money so that if in fact you do choose to go forward and we do create the utility with a rate base, we will be able to recapture these funds through rates.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Seeing no further discussion on the motion to postpone, members may proceed to vote. That motion passes 6-4. Oh. Yeah, he's gone. Here. We now have the main motion before us. Any discussion on the main motion? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it succeeded. Okay. Hello. All right.
Once in a while, I get lucky.
We now have before us item 9B6, resolution number AR 2019-265, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly prescribing rules and procedures for the operation and management of a stormwater utility to guide the planning, development, and implementation of a new Anchorage stormwater utility.
Move to postpone.
To which date?
The same meeting, whatever that date
September
was.
10th?
Yep.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Constant, do you want to speak to that?
It'd just be absurd to proceed with this without having ample public process and a thorough public hearing, or at least some vetting by a work session, and taking it back to your community councils and your LRSAs to get their input to make sure that it meets their needs and interests.
Mr. Weddleton.
I urge a no vote. We should just let this go for this evening. It's out there for a starting point. And I hope everyone will look at this and just kind of start and say, okay, how will we bracket this stormwater utility? So this is a starting point. And I'd actually like to, I did as a resolution so we could talk about it this evening, but I think it'd be more important to come out as an ordinance. And that could be perhaps September 10th. I'd shoot for that time, maybe for introduction, actually.
So then, if I can change my
actually,
motion
Mr.
to
Constant,
postpone indefinitely.
Just to be clear, your intent is to vote no on the main motion with bringing it back an ordinance in the future?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you want to change your motion, Mr. Constant?
Postpone indefinitely.
Okay, so...
I'll second that. If it needs a second.
Whoever the second.
Sure. So, Ms. Quinn Davidson, do you agree with that motion?
That was me,
yeah, I was
actually,
gonna say,
Ms. Salatel.
sure,
But yes, that's fine.
I see. Thank you. Okay, so any debate on the motion to postpone this item indefinitely?
Do I get to speak for a moment?
Sure, Mr. Weddle.
Sorry to go through it. You know, if you go through this, a lot of it comes straight out of the January report that we got on the stormwater utility. And most of the concepts are here, but there are, I think, some broader, without knowing technical details of a stormwater utility, there are some broad philosophical aspects that we can speak to. And I think one is that report said, kind of implied we would just be looking at the Anchorage Bowl. That's all it looks at. But I think we had a comment during our break saying, well, maybe we should look at it. It should be citywide. You know, so these are things we should think about. Maybe it should. So hopefully we'll get this soon, because if they're going to go out for an RFP with a consultant, that consultant should have kind of our guidance. It probably, Mr. Constantino could nod his head. You'd probably be helpful when you put out an RFP if you had some guy. If we're going to give you guidance, you want it before you put out the RFP?
No, the RFP's on the street, and we're ready to award it based on funding. However, that specific point, that's an important point, is that the original report did dismiss anything other than the Anchorage Bowl proper. However, which is why we're putting a consultant, bringing a consultant on board, because they've set up hundreds of these. We're looking to have someone that's done this. We don't want to recreate the wheel. You know, that's the important thing about the stormwater utility. That it's really important, worth stating that it's a hard concept to manage. Gravity is one issue, but the reality is paying for rain. There's all these kinds of fear factors. Why am I getting another bill? What's all this about? The real truth is that there are 1,500 or so of these in the United States. They've been set up successfully by people who have helped support them. They've given them the public message, how to articulate your message, and what should be in your service area, quite frankly. So the initial pass was only keep it in Anchorage Bowl for simplicity. However, we have an MS4 permit that incorporates the entire municipality of Anchorage, and in my mind, it needs to be looked at again. And I want someone who's weighed in on this, because the other thing is these consultants have done, who have set these up, is they've had to communicate with all the other stakeholders, the 22 different LURSs, the DOTs, MOAs, all the different stakeholders from different in the lower 48 counties, regions, whatever they be, have the same issues. They have a MS4 permit with many different stakeholders or entities that manage it. How do you consolidate that and bring it together? So the point being is the consultant's ready to be awarded in the near-term future. Not quite yet, but it's contingent upon funding. But we're buying this person who's done this before, who can answer all these questions that are bringing a lot of confusion, rightly so, because we need some horsepower who's done this before. Message is we don't want to recreate the wheel, which is why we're bringing someone on board to help us answer all these questions.
It seems very brave to put an RFP out before we've even approved this.
It's contingent upon funding. It was very clear in that.
So I appreciate that. We're not experts on this. But I think we are experts on many things, and that's kind of representing the broad view of the city. And there are some brackets we could put on this that no consultant can tell us the answer to. It's not a technical question. If Eagle River simply says no, we don't accept this, and they threaten to leave the municipality over it, that would be good for the consultant to know. Maybe we won't do that. We'll just do the Anchorage Bowl. That's not something that a professional technical guy can give us the answer to. There are things that it is our job. It's stated in the code and the charter with the utility. It is our job to define what it will be. And there are some broad things we can go to. And I think if we should all get together, we should have a work session and throw stuff together on this. And then perhaps show it to you and the consultant can review it and say, well, and educate us. Maybe we'll pull some things off. But I think it's critical for us to have a lot of input on how this will turn out. Okay. And there are a lot of things that simply aren't technical. But we are tabling this, and
that is the motion before.
But it is to encourage people to reach out to your people, think on this, talk to Mark and others, and see what kind of brackets would be good here, and what wouldn't it be as well. But we should definitely be in here and say, here's the broad picture that we expect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Back to Mr. Corstino for a minute. Mark. So now that we hear that you have had this solicitation out, you're ready to award, was there just one bidder?
No.
And so the one you're intending to award to is the best?
I have to clarify that. We're in the advertising. We've advertised, the advertisement's closed, we're in the review process. So we aren't quite ready to award. We're still in that process, which will end fairly quickly here. Then we got to go through negotiation. So there's a few more weeks in this process, but as I stated, even in the RFP that was put on the street, it very clearly stated that award is contingent upon funding. So if there's no dollars, there's no award.
I don't know if this is a Ron Haddon question or a legal municipal procurement question or something else, but if they have done the due diligence review and determined they have their best candidate for award, can that person communicate with us pre-award? Can we have them at a work session on a phone just so we can hear from them? Or would that be outside of the procurement rules?
I would say that's outside procurement rules typically because it's still confidential information based on past experience, but I would defer that to purchasing.
Yeah, through the chair, I think we couldn't do that. I mean, if we haven't completed the procurement process, we haven't entered into a contract with the party at issue, which means we have nothing governing confidentiality and payment. And
Fair enough.
I can't imagine they would even be willing to do that without a contract in place guaranteeing compensation for their time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dyson, yes.
Correct.
So we're talking about here we're not contemplating storm or utilities or anything what you and I understand is Anchorage Pool.
No, not necessarily. What I was pointing to is the EPA DEC MS4 permit. The rules governs the entire municipality of Anchorage, which does include the Anchorage, that does include northern communities and Girdwood. Those streams are specifically, those outfalls are specifically listed in Girdwood and Eagle River. However, as John kind of pointed out, there may be policy reasons not to put it in there. However, we'll have to address how that permit is segregated out from the utility for those specific areas if it is exempted. Well, there's be a recommendation of whether to consider keep them in the permitted area, to keep them in the utility, and whether the assembly accepts that recommendation. That's for you to decide when we get to that point, which will not happen until we get a consultant on board to make a recommendation. Yeah.
Indefinitely, yes. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Seeing no further discussion on the motion, members may proceed to vote. That passes 10-0. Okay. Mr. Weddleton, did you want to make a motion on these next three items?
Oh, thanks. Sorry. I'd like to move to combine the public hearing on 14J, 14K, and 14L.
Is it seconded by Ms. Salatel? So that was, sorry, apologies, by Ms. Quinn Davidson. So that was a motion to combine the public hearings for item 14J, 14K, and 14L. Is there any opposition to that motion? And did you want to explain that?
I just explained to people, these are 3 marijuana licenses. They are all at the same location, all with the same individual owner. I think any issues with one would be the same issues with the other. So it makes sense to just have it as one public hearing, save everyone's time. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no opposition to that, we're going to go ahead and combine the public hearings. So we now have before us items 14J, 14K, and 14L for public hearing. Those are resolutions number AR 2019-252, 2019-253, 2019-254 regarding approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Tundra Farms 2, Inc., a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M18702. Doing business as Cold City Cannabis, regarding approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Tundra Farm 1, Inc., a marijuana cultivation facility with license number M18704, doing business as Tundra Farms, and regarding approving a marijuana and special land use permit for Tundra Farm 1, Inc., a marijuana manufacturing facility with license number M18706, doing business as Tundra Farms. Public testimony is now open on these three items. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
I think we still do them individually.
We do have to do them individually, yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Constant.
Mr. Peterson just realized and just communicated we have a new youth member, and we've moved into the section of the agenda in which, as much as we'd love to have you around, our rules won't let you, so, or at least our customs.
Yes, that is true. So because we are dealing now with our portion of our agenda that deals with beverage dispensary licenses and marijuana licenses, the youth representative is excused from the remainder of our meeting.
If I might, Mr. Chair, point of privilege, just I would like to welcome you and say I know it's probably pretty baffling and a lot of stuff coming at you, but you'll get what you need here pretty quick and get up to speed in no time.
And she sits next
Welcome.
to me.
Yeah, watch out. Watch out about that guy next to you.
Yes, a great introduction. Thank you so much. So did we have a motion to move forward with the first item?
Move to approve AR 2019-252.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
I would say, just in reference to all three of these, we looked at these in quite a bit of detail at the Community and Economic Development Committee meeting last Thursday, and on all of them we recommended approval.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. That passes 9-0. We now have before us resolution number AR 2019-253. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Members may proceed to vote. That passes 9-0. We now have before us item 14L, resolution number AR 2019-254. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item is approved 9-0. We now have before us item 14M, resolution number AR 2019-255, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for a brew pub use and license number 5031 for Anchorage Brewing Co., LLC DBA Anchorage Brewing Company.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. My name is Dan Coffey. Gabe, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Gabe Fletcher, owner of Anchorage Brewing Company.
And we're here on this license, and we're ready to answer any questions. We don't have a particular presentation for you, but if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? There appear to be none. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
What's that?
That item passes 9-0. We now have before us item 14N, resolution number AR 2019-248, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of ownership of beverage dispensary liquor license number 977 for Anchorage Brewing LLC DBA Anchorage Brewing Company located at 148 West 91st Avenue. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item is approved 9-0. We now have before us item 14O, resolution number AR 2019-250. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly setting public hearings for the first-time renewals of and approving the renewals of municipal marijuana licenses for cultivation establishment Alaska Herb Garden, number M10647, Lightning Strike Organics, number M10272, Sacred Garden Cannabis, number M102770, Voodoo Cannabis Company, number M11920, stating the Assembly's waive of protest to the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license numbers 10647, 10272, 12770, and 11920.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, two things. One, just a procedural question, and one substantive. It seems to me kind of odd that we did this go on the agenda in the 9F section at the last meeting?
It was, wasn't it?
No, it didn't. Okay, good. Thank you. Then that resolves my first question. It would be kind of weird to do that. I just wanted to note for the record, I reviewed all of the licenses that were in the packet, looked closely for any kind of NOVs, and I was super impressed. There was like one that had some NOVs, and they were minor technical, and it was really impressive to read through this very clean slate of operations who've lived up to the bar. And so I just wanted to say thank you to them for their hard work and being compliant with the rules of the municipality.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, yeah, and appreciate that from Mr. Constant. And for anyone who's looking at this is a little odd because we, early in the setting the legal framework for the marijuana things, we were telling people you will be able to come at renewal time and have a public hearing on all of the marijuana operations. And then we backed off from that and said, well, no, if there's a complaint from CUNY Council, we could bring it to a public hearing, but it wouldn't be automatic, except for the first renewal, I think. So the first renewals for 3 years, so or is that correct? I'm looking at Barbara. Was it for some period of time, we would do the first renewals, and this could be the last round or close to it where we would do it. But anyway, that's why this looks very unusual.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 9-0. That completes our regular agenda. Special orders, there are none. Audience participation. Would anyone like to speak before us on any subject? No, agenda, whatever. Anyone at all? Okay. Moving on to assembly comments. I'll go ahead and start with Mr. Weddleton.
I've spoken enough this evening. Thank you. I appreciate everyone's work on the very important stormwater utility.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Salatel.
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a thank you to Mr. Dunbar for maybe the most generous use of a motion to reconsider I've ever seen on this body. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just lamenting the fact that tonight is the end of the baseball season here in Anchorage and in Alaska. I don't know whether the Bucks or the Pilots won the championship tonight. It was to get one game each going into the third game. And so whoever won tonight is the Alaska League champion. And so we won't have live baseball until, I guess, next June. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I wanted to take a moment to thank my intern, Eli Farrell, who came to me via retired Senator Berta Gardner, who spent the last 2 months associating with me, which can be really trying, as you all know, and had a great experience. And he's about to set off on the last step of his great Alaskan adventure this time. And I say thank you for your company and good thoughts on the process.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
No comments.
Thank you. With that, I will go ahead and entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
We are adjourned.